Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from. So leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. The Echo House. I'm writing this on a typewriter. It is the only way I can write now. The clicking of the keys is loud, mechanical, and immediate. There is no delay. There is no digital processing. I cannot use a computer. I cannot use a smartphone. I cannot use anything that has a microphone or a speaker. If I see a waveform on a screen, I start to hyperventilate. My name is David, and 6 months ago, I was a freelance audio engineer. I edited podcasts, cleaned up dialogue for indie films, and basically spent my life wearing noise-canceling headphones. I lived in a noisy apartment complex in Chicago with thin walls. I hated the noise. I hated the neighbors arguing, the sirens, the garbage trucks. I craved silence. I wanted a place where I could hear my own thoughts. Be careful what you wish for. I found the job listing on a private forum for audio professionals. It wasn't your standard help wanted ad. The subject line was just acoustic maintenance, high pay, NDA required. The body of the post was brief. It asked for someone with a background in sound engineering to house sit a property in the remote woodlands of northern Michigan for 1 month. The pay was $15,000. Cash. I thought it was a scam. It had to be, but my student loans were suffocating me and my rent was going up. I emailed the contact. I got a reply within 10 minutes. A video call link. The man on the screen introduced himself as Dr. Eris Thorne. He looked like he hadn't slept in a decade. His skin was gray, his eyes were sunken, and he sat in a room that was covered in dark acoustic foam wedges. The house is a prototype, Thorne explained. His voice was dry and raspy. I built it to be the quietest place on earth. It is an anechoic chamber on a residential scale. The walls are 3 feet thick, filled with sand and lead. The windows are quadruple-paned vacuum glass. It is designed to trap and eliminate all external vibration. Why do you need a sitter? I asked. Because the house breathes, he said, which I thought was a metaphor. The HVAC systems, the filtration, the structural integrity of the soundproofing, it needs monitoring. I have to go to Europe for a conference. I need someone who understands acoustics to watch the levels, to make sure the seal isn't broken. So I just sit there and make sure it stays quiet? Yes, Thorne said. He leaned into the camera. But David, you must understand, true silence is heavy. Most people cannot handle it. The brain creates noise when there is none. You have to be mentally distinct from your environment. I laughed. Doc, I wear headphones for 12 hours a day. I love silence. He didn't smile. We will see. I signed the NDA. I packed my bags. I drove 10 hours north, past the suburbs, past the farmland, deep into the dense forests of the Upper Peninsula. The GPS signal died about 20 miles out. I had to use a paper map Thorn had mailed me. The house was invisible until I was right on top of it. It was a brutalist structure, a block of dark concrete and black glass nestled in a valley. The trees around it had been cleared for 50 yards in every direction, replaced by a lawn of soft, mossy ground cover that absorbed footsteps. Thorn met me at the door. In person, he looked even worse. He was twitchy. He kept looking over his shoulder. "Here are the keys," he said, handing me a heavy ring. "Here is the logbook. You check the decibel meters in the basement, the kitchen, and the master bedroom twice a day. They should read 0, or as close to 0 as physics allows." "Got it. There is one rule," he said. He grabbed my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong. "Do not make loud noises. No music, no shouting, no slamming doors. The house is designed to capture sound. If you saturate the dampeners, the pressure builds up." "Okay," I said, pulling my arm away. "I'll be quiet." "If you hear something," he whispered, looking at the black walls of the hallway, "do not listen to it. Distract yourself. Make a small noise like a hum, but do not listen to a house." He got in his car and drove away faster than I expected. I watched his tail lights vanish into the trees. I was alone. I turned around and stepped inside. The heavy steel front door swung shut on oiled hinges. It clicked into place. The silence hit me like a physical slap. It wasn't just quiet, it was a vacuum. In a normal quiet room, you can hear the refrigerator hum, or the wind outside, or the distant traffic. Here, there was nothing. It felt like cotton balls had been stuffed deep into my ear canals. The air felt thick, dead. I walked into the living room. My footsteps on the carpet were swallowed instantly. There was no reverberation, no echo. I spoke out loud just to test it. "Hello," I said. The word left my lips and died immediately. It sounded flat, dull, like I was speaking into a pillow. "Okay," I muttered. "Creepy, but cool." The first 3 days were actually pretty great. I caught up on reading. I wrote in my journal. I checked the meters. They all read 0.0 dB. Absolute silence. But by the 4th day, I started to understand what Thorn meant about the brain creating noise. When the external world is silent, your body becomes deafening. I could hear my heart beating, thump, 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 thump. It sounded like a drum in the room with me. I could hear the wet, squishing sound of my eyes moving in their sockets. I could hear the blood rushing through the veins in my neck. A high-pitched hiss like steam escaping a pipe. It was annoying, but manageable. I was a pro. I knew about psychoacoustics. The real trouble started on the 5th night. I was in the kitchen, making a sandwich. I placed a ceramic plate on the granite counter. I wasn't careful. It made a sharp clack sound. In this house, that clack was like a gunshot. I winced. I stood there, waiting for the sound to fade, but in this house, sounds didn't fade. They were absorbed. It was instant silence again. I turned around to open the fridge. Clack! I froze. The sound came from behind me, from the counter. I turned back slowly. The plate was sitting there, still. Nothing had moved. "Hello?" I whispered, 2 seconds later. "Hello?" It wasn't an echo. An echo is immediate. This was a delay. A distinct, perfect replay of my voice coming from the corner of the ceiling. But it sounded different. It sounded crisper. Clearer than my actual voice. It sounded like it had been EQ'd, compressed, and mastered. I laughed, nervously. "Okay, Weird acoustics, sound bouncing around the vents or something. I waited. The laugh didn't come back. Just the vents, I told myself. I took my sandwich to the living room and turned on the TV. I kept the volume very low, just a whisper. I watched a silent movie. That night, as I lay in the master bedroom in the absolute dark, I heard breathing. It was slow, rhythmic breathing. In, out, in, out. It was coming from directly above my face. I held my breath. The breathing continued. I reached for the lamp and clicked it on. The room was empty. The breathing stopped instantly. "It's my own breathing," I said aloud. "Just a delay. A weird acoustic reflection." I turned the light off. The breathing did not start again. Instead, a voice whispered right in my ear. "It's my own breathing." I scrambled out of bed, heart hammering, and turned the light back on. I slept with the lights on that night, day 7. I was checking the decibel meter in the basement. The basement was a concrete bunker. The walls were lined with black wedges of foam that looked like shark teeth. The meter sat on a pedestal in the center. It read 0.0 dB. I wrote it down in the logbook. As I turned to leave, I heard a sound. Drip. I stopped. I looked at the ceiling. No pipes. Drip. It sounded like water hitting a metal pan. Drip, drip. It was getting faster. I walked toward the sound. It seemed to be coming from the back wall, behind a layer of foam wedges. I reached out and pulled one of the foam triangles loose. Behind it, there was no concrete. There was a metal grate. And behind the grate, a dark, vertical shaft going down into the earth. Drip. "Hello?" I called down the shaft. Silence. I waited for the echo. I waited for the delay. Nothing came back. But then a sound began to rise from the shaft. It wasn't a voice. It was a tone, a low-frequency hum. It was almost below the range of hearing. I felt it in my teeth before I heard it, a vibration rattling my jawbone. I put the foam wedge back and ran upstairs. I locked the basement door. I called Dr. Thorne. His phone went straight to voicemail. "Thorne, it's David," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The house is acting up. I'm hearing delays, long delays, and there's a shaft in the basement. Call me back." I hung up. I sat in the living room. The silence was pressing in on me. I felt like I was underwater. The air pressure felt immense. Then the house started to talk. It wasn't speaking words. It was replaying my week. From the kitchen, I heard the clack of the plate. From the hallway, I heard my footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. From the bathroom, I heard the sound of the shower running. Shh! It was all happening at once. A cacophony of my own life played back to me, but it was all wrong. The timing was off. The footsteps were too heavy. The plate sound was too sharp. "Stop it!" I yelled. The house went silent instantly. Then from every corner of the room, from the walls, from the floor, a chorus of my own voice screamed back at me, "Stop it!" The volume was 10 times louder than I had yelled. It shook the windows. It made my ears pop. I grabbed my coat. I was leaving. To hell with the money. To hell with the contract. I ran to the front door. I grabbed the handle. It wouldn't move. It wasn't locked. It felt like it was held shut by suction. A massive vacuum. Pressure, sealing it tight. I pulled with both hands, bracing my foot against the wall. I screamed with effort, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" The house chanted in a loop, layering my voice over and over until it sounded like a demonic choir. I gave up on the door. I ran to the back sliding glass door. It was triple-paned, bulletproof glass. I tried to slide it. Stuck. I picked up a heavy cast-iron sculpture from the side table and smashed it against the glass. Bang! The glass didn't even scratch. The sound of the impact was incredibly loud, and the house loved it. Bang! 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 The echo repeated, louder each time. The floorboards vibrated. I covered my ears and ran to the center of the house, to the hallway, trying to get away from the noise I had created. The noise stopped. I stood there, panting, sweating. My hands were shaking. I needed to calm down. Thorne said if I saturated the dampeners, pressure builds up. I was feeding it. I was feeding the house with noise. Quiet, I whispered to myself. Be quiet. I sat on the floor in the hallway. I closed my eyes. I focused on my breathing. Slow, steady. An hour passed. The silence returned. The heavy, cotton wool silence. I opened my eyes. Standing at the end of the hallway was a man. He was facing away from me. He was wearing clothes that looked like mine. Jeans, a flannel shirt. "Who are you?" I whispered. The man didn't turn around, but he spoke. "Who are you?" It was my voice, but it wasn't coming from his mouth. It was coming from his entire body, vibrating off him like he was a speaker cone. He took a step forward. Thump! The sound of the footstep was delayed. He stepped, and 2 seconds later, the sound happened. He took another step. Thump! He was walking backward, toward me. I scrambled back, crab-walking away. Get away from me! The figure stopped. It slowly turned its head. It didn't have a face. Where the face should be, there was just acoustic foam. Black, jagged wedges of foam growing out of the skin, forming a pyramid pattern where eyes and a mouth should be. The foam face shifted. The wedges grinded together. A sound came from it. Not a voice. It was the sound of the plate breaking. Crack. Then the sound of the shower. Shh. Then the sound of me sleeping. In, out. It was a compilation of me. I stood up and ran. I ran up the stairs to the second floor. I ran into the guest bedroom and slammed the door. I locked it. I pushed the bed against the door. I huddled in the corner. It's not real, I chanted. It's hallucination, sensory deprivation. Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite knocks on the bedroom door. I didn't answer. Knock, knock, knock. Louder this time. Then a voice came through the door. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't Thorne's. It was a woman's voice. Soft, melodic. "David, are you in there?" I froze. "Mom?" "My mother lives in Florida. She has never been to Michigan." "David, open the door. It's too loud out here. Let me in." "You're not my mother," I sobbed. "David." The voice changed. It became deep, guttural. "Open the door." The door handle jiggled. Then the door bowed inward. The wood creaked. I looked at the window. It was sealed glass. I couldn't break it. I looked at the vent in the ceiling. The HVAC returned. It was large enough for a person. I dragged the desk under the vent. I stood on it. I used my keys to unscrew the grate. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped the keys twice. Bang! The bedroom door splintered. A black, foam-covered hand reached through the hole, groping for the lock. I got the grate off. I pulled myself up into the ductwork. It was tight, dark. It smelled of dust and old metal. I crawled. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to get away from that room. Behind me, I heard the bedroom door smash open. Then I heard the sound of me crawling, scrape, shuffle. But it was coming from behind me. It was following me into the vents. "David," the house whispered from the metal walls. "We are still recording." I crawled faster. The metal cut my knees. I was sobbing quietly. I saw a light ahead. a grate looking down into a room I hadn't seen before. I crawled to it and looked down. It was a room lined entirely with copper, no foam, just shining copper plates on the walls, floor, and ceiling. In the center of the room sat a chair, and in the chair sat a man. It was Dr. Thorne. He was strapped to the chair. He looked dead. I kicked the grate. It gave way. I fell into the room, landing hard on the copper floor. Clang! The sound was deafening. The copper amplified it. It rang like a massive bell. I rolled over, clutching my ears. I looked at Thorne. He wasn't dead. His eyes opened. They were gone. His eyes were gone. His ears were gone. They had been surgically removed. His mouth was sewn shut. He was vibrating. His entire body was shaking, vibrating with the resonance of the room. On the wall, painted in what looked like blood, were words. The resonance chamber. I stood up. Thorne was trying to scream through his sewn lips. Mmph. Mmph. Then I noticed the wires. Thorne was hooked up to machines. Wires ran from his skull into a bank of servers against the wall. He wasn't the owner. He was the battery. He was the source. The door to the copper room opened. The foam-faced creature stood there. It held a recorder in its hand, an old reel-to-reel tape recorder. It pressed play. A sound came out. It was a frequency, a tone so low and so loud it made my vision blur. It made my stomach churn. I fell to my knees. The creature walked toward me. It placed the recorder on the floor. It leaned down. The foam wedges on its face parted, revealing a dark, endless hole. Record, it whispered. I realized then what this house was. It wasn't keeping sound out. It was harvesting it. It was a collector, and it had run out of sounds from Thorne. It needed new material. It needed my screams. I looked at the server bank, the wires. If I couldn't escape the sound, I had to kill the silence. I grabbed a heavy copper bust from a shelf. The creature lunged at me. I dodged, swinging the bust with everything I had. Not at the creature, at the servers. Crash. Sparks flew. The machines whined and died. Crash. I smashed the reel-to-reel player. The tape spilled out like guts. The creature shrieked. It was a sound of pure digital glitching, a corrupted audio file screaming in agony. Its form flickered. It wasn't solid. It was a standing wave, a construct of sound. As the machines died, the standing wave collapsed. The creature dissolved into thin air, leaving only a pile of black foam wedges on the floor. The humming stopped. Thorne slumped in his chair, dead. The vibration had kept his heart beating. Without it, he was just a corpse. I ran out of the copper room. I ran through the basement. I found the front door. I pushed it. It opened easily. The vacuum seal was broken. I ran into the night. The forest was loud. Crickets, wind, owls. It was the most beautiful noise I had ever heard. I ran until I reached the main road. I flagged down a logging truck. I didn't tell the driver what happened. I just told him my car broke down. I went to the police eventually. I told them about the house, about Thorne. They went to the location I marked on the map. They found nothing, just a concrete foundation in the woods. No house, no copper room, no foam. They told me I must have gotten the coordinates wrong. They told me Dr. Thorne had been reported missing 6 months ago, last seen in Europe. But I know what happened. The house didn't disappear. It moved. It moved to a quieter spot. And I know it's not done with me, because now I can't hear silence anymore. When I'm in a quiet room, I don't hear nothing. I hear the delay. I hear conversations I had yesterday. I hear my own footsteps from an hour ago, and sometimes, when I am trying to sleep, I hear a new sound. I hear the sound of a typewriter. Click, clack, click. But I don't own a typewriter. I am writing this on a typewriter in the library. But the sound I hear isn't coming from my fingers. It's coming from inside my pillows. And underneath the clicking, if I listen very closely, I can hear a voice made of static and foam. We are still recording, David. Side B is just beginning. I am going to puncture my eardrums now. It is the only way to stop the recording. I have the pencil ready. Goodbye. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I stayed the night in a house that wasn't empty. I found the house because I ran out of options. My job ended suddenly. My savings were almost gone. Every cheap motel was full, and every room online wanted deposits I couldn't afford. Near midnight, I saw a small handwritten sign taped to a bus stop pole. Room for rent. Cheap. No questions. There was a phone number under it. The man who answered didn't ask my name. He just gave me an address and said, "Come tonight if you want it." The house was far from the main road, hidden behind trees and tall grass. No porch light, no cars, just a dark shape against the night sky. I stood there for a minute with my bag, listening to the wind move through the trees. The place looked abandoned, but the front door was unlocked. Inside, the air was cold and still. The smell hit me right away, old wood, dust, and something sour underneath. The floor creaked loudly when I stepped in, like the house noticed me. A single lamp turned on, at the end of the hallway by itself. Under it stood the man from the phone. He was tall, very thin, and too pale. His eyes were dark and shiny like wet stones. He smiled, but only with his mouth. "You can stay upstairs," he said. "Last door." I asked him how much. He told me the price and added, "No leaving the room after midnight." I laughed a little, thinking it was a joke. He didn't laugh back. I paid him. He gave me a key that felt old and smooth, like it had been used for years. The stairs were narrow. The walls were close on both sides. As I climbed, I noticed marks on the walls, long lines, scratched deep into the wood, running up and down like someone had dragged their fingers there again and again. My room was small, just a bed, a chair, and a window that faced the trees. The lock worked. That made me feel better. I told myself I would sleep for a few hours and leave in the morning. That was the plan. Around midnight, I heard the first sound. It came from inside the walls. A slow rubbing noise, like someone pressing their ear against the wood and moving it back and forth. I held my breath and listened. The sound stopped. Then it started again, closer. I sat up in bed. Something tapped lightly on the wall beside my head. Once, twice, 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. Then a voice whispered from inside the wall. It didn't say words. It just breathed slow and deep, like it was right next to me. I told myself it was rats. Old houses have rats. But rats don't breathe like people. I checked my phone. No signal. The time read 12:17. The tapping moved toward the door. That's when I heard footsteps in the hallway, bare feet, slow, heavy. They stopped outside my room. Someone tried the handle. It didn't turn. The footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep after that. Every few minutes, I heard movement, scraping, dragging, soft knocking sounds from the ceiling, the floor, the walls. The house was full of quiet activity, like it woke up when the lights went out. At some point, I smelled something different. warm, metallic, like blood. The window began to fog from the inside, even though the room was cold. A shape pressed against the glass from outside, leaving a wide, flat mark like a face without features. I pulled the blanket over my head and waited for morning. Morning never came. The time on my phone stopped changing. The dark outside the window never lightened. My battery stayed full no matter how long the screen stayed on. I knocked on the door and shouted for the landlord. Something knocked back from the other side. Same rhythm, same force. I unlocked the door. The hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bent inward. The ceiling was lower. Doors lined both sides, more doors than the house could possibly have. All of them were slightly open. Inside each one, I saw darkness moving, slow and thick, like something breathing in its sleep. The man stood at the far end of the hall. "You broke the rule," he said calmly. I told him I wanted to leave. He nodded. "Everyone does." The doors began to open wider. Hands reached out. Arms followed. Pale skin. Too many joints. Fingers that bent backward. The walls started to pulse, pushing in and out like a chest breathing. I ran. The stairs went down and down and down. The front door was gone. In its place was a narrow passage that smelled like rot and wet earth. Voices filled the house now. Hundreds of them, all whispering at once. They were saying my name. I tripped and fell. The floor felt soft. It moved. I woke up in my bed. Morning sunlight came through the window. Birds sang outside. My phone worked again. The room looked normal. For a moment I thought it was a nightmare. Then I saw the marks on my arms. Finger-shaped bruises, dark and deep, wrapping all the way around. I left the house without my bag, without the key, without looking back. Weeks have passed. I am sleeping in a different place now. But every night, just after midnight, I hear slow tapping on the wall beside my bed. Tap, tap, tap. And a familiar voice breathing on the other side, waiting for me to open the door again. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Tenant at 1847, Millbrook Road. I should have known something was wrong when the landlord wouldn't meet me at the property. The ad on Craigslist had been straightforward enough. Room for rent, $300 month, utilities included. Quiet neighborhood. Must be comfortable with older homes. I'd been sleeping in my car for 2 weeks after my roommate situation fell apart. So when I called the number listed, I didn't ask many questions. The voice on the other end was an older woman, Mrs. Cheney, and she sounded kind enough. She said the house had been in her family for generations, but she lived across town now and just needed someone to occupy the space. "Keep the pipes from freezing," she said. "Keep an eye on things." "The key will be under the third flower pot on the porch," she told me. "You can move in tonight if you'd like. First month is free if you stay through winter." Free rent. I should have known. The house sat at the end of Millbrook Road, where the pavement gave way to gravel and the streetlight stopped reaching. It was a Victorian-style structure, 3 stories tall, with a tower room on the northeast corner that gave it an almost Gothic silhouette against the October sky. The paint was peeling in long strips, revealing older layers underneath. White, then yellow, then a sickly green. Most of the windows on the upper floors were dark, but I could see curtains moving in a few of them, probably from the wind coming through broken seals. I found the key exactly where Mrs. Cheney said it would be. It was old, made of brass that had tarnished to almost black, and it felt heavier than a key should feel. The lock resisted at first, then gave way with a click that echoed through the empty porch. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the door. It wasn't quite rot, but something adjacent to it. The smell of a place that had been closed up for too long, where the air had gone stale and thick. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the entrance. The chandelier above me flickered to life, casting uneven light across a foyer that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1950. The wallpaper was a pattern of faded roses peeling at the seams. The hardwood floor was scuffed and dull, and there were rectangles of darker wood where furniture had once stood. A staircase curved up to the right, disappearing into shadow. To the left was a doorway leading to what looked like a sitting room, and straight ahead was a narrow hallway extending toward the back of the house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the space. Mrs. Cheney had said the house was empty, but I needed to be sure. The silence that followed was absolute. I brought in my 2 duffel bags from the car and locked the door behind me. Mrs. Cheney had texted me earlier with instructions. My room was on the 2nd floor, 3rd door on the right. The kitchen was functional. The bathroom worked. Stay out of the basement and the tower room. Both were structurally unsound. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my presence to the empty house. The 2nd floor hallway was long and lined with doors, all of them closed, except for one at the far end, which stood slightly ajar. I counted doors as I walked, 1, 2, 3 on the right. My room. I pushed the door open and reached for the light switch. The overhead bulb was dim, but it was enough to see that the room was small and simply furnished. A twin bed with a bare mattress, a wooden dresser with a cracked mirror, and a single window that looked out over the backyard. The wallpaper here was different, a pattern of small blue flowers that might have been cheerful once, but now just looked faded and sad. I dropped my bags on the floor and sat on the bed. The springs groaned. Through the window, I could see the backyard stretching into darkness, and beyond that, a line of trees that seemed to go on forever. No neighboring houses, no lights, except for the weak glow from my room. I should have felt relieved to have a roof over my head, but instead I felt a creeping unease that I couldn't quite name. The house was too quiet, too still. It felt less like a home and more like something holding its breath. That first night, I didn't hear anything unusual. I set up my sleeping bag on the mattress. I'd buy sheets later, and lay in the darkness, listening to the ordinary sounds of an old house. The ticking of cooling pipes, the settling of floorboards, the wind pushing against the windows. I told myself that this was fine, that $300 a month in this neighborhood was a steal, even if the house was old and creepy. I'd been in worse situations. I almost believed it. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the window and the sound of birds outside. In the daylight, the house seemed less ominous, just old and neglected. I explored a bit more thoroughly, finding the kitchen at the back of the first floor, a cramped space with appliances from the 1970s that somehow still worked, and a bathroom on the 2nd floor that had rust stains in the tub, but functional plumbing. I kept away from the basement door, which was in the kitchen and had been nailed shut with 2x4s, and I didn't venture up to the third floor where the tower room was. Mrs. Cheney had left some basic supplies in the kitchen: coffee, bread, peanut butter. There was a note on the counter in spidery handwriting. "Welcome. Please call if you need anything. The fuse box is in the hallway closet if the power goes out. Don't go into the basement. MC." I made coffee in a percolator that looked like it belonged in a museum and sat at the kitchen table, looking out the window at the overgrown backyard. I should have felt better in the daylight, but the unease from the night before hadn't entirely lifted. Something about the house felt wrong, like walking into a room right after an argument has ended. You can't see what happened, but you can feel the residue of it in the air. I spent the day job hunting online and trying to make my room more livable. I bought sheets at a thrift store along with a lamp and some towels. When I returned to the house in the late afternoon, I noticed for the first time that there were scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, long, deep gouges in the wood like something had been trying to get out or in. That night, I heard the first sound. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke to the noise. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a rhythmic thumping, like someone walking heavily on the floor above me. But as I lay there in the darkness, the sound continued, steady and deliberate. Step, 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 moving from one end of the third floor to the other. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps, and they were definitely footsteps, reached the end of the hallway above me, paused, and then started back the other way. Step, step, step. The same measured pace. The same route. My rational mind offered explanations. Old houses settle, pipes expand and contract. Animals get into attics. But these sounds were too regular, too purposeful. They sounded exactly like someone pacing back and forth above my head. After 10 minutes, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sound to start again. It didn't. In the morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress and exhaustion could do strange things to perception. I'd been sleeping in my car for weeks. Of course, my first night in a real bed would be restless. I didn't think about the footsteps as I made breakfast. I didn't think about them as I sent out job applications. But that night, they came again. 2 a.m., almost to the minute. The same pacing, the same route, step, step, step. From one end of the third floor to the other and back again. This time, I got out of bed. I opened my door slowly, careful to keep it from creaking, and looked down the dark hallway. The footsteps continued above me, and now I could hear something else beneath them. A dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. The sounds moved directly over my head, then continued down the hallway above me toward the front of the house. I thought about going upstairs. I even put my hand on the banister, but something stopped me. An instinct, a whisper of self-preservation that said investigating strange noises in a creepy old house at 2 a.m. was exactly how people got hurt in situations like this. Instead, I went back to my room, closed the door, and put in earbuds. I played white noise until the battery died, and then I just lay there listening to the pacing above me until it finally stopped around 4 a.m. The next morning, I called Mrs. Cheney. "Is anyone else living in this house?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "No, dear, it's just you. Why do you ask?" "I've been hearing noises at night. Footsteps on the third floor." Another pause, longer this time. "Old houses make all sorts of sounds, especially in the fall when the temperature changes. The wood expands and contracts. It can sound just like footsteps." "This sounds exactly like footsteps, like someone walking back and forth." "I assure you, there's no one else in the house." Her voice had taken on a sharp edge. "Are you having second thoughts about the rental?" I should have said yes. I should have told her I'd be out by the weekend. But I thought about my empty bank account, about sleeping in my car again, about the coming winter. "No," I heard myself say. "I'm sure you're right. Old houses. I'll get used to it." "Good. I'm glad we have an understanding." She hung up before I could say anything else. I spent that day researching the house. The internet connection was spotty. The router was ancient and kept dropping signal, but I managed to find some information. 1847. Millbrook Road had been built in 1891 by a doctor named Edmund Fairfax. He'd lived there with his wife and 3 children until 1904, when there had been some kind of tragedy. The records were vague, but I found a newspaper article from that year with the headline, "Prominent Physician's Family Dies in Mysterious Circumstances." The article itself was behind a paywall I couldn't afford to bypass, but the preview text mentioned unexplained deaths and an investigation closed without conclusion. After 1904, the house had changed hands multiple times, never staying with one family for more than a few years. Mrs. Cheney's family had owned it since the 1950s, but according to county records, no one had actually lived in it since 1987. I should have left right then. I should have packed my bags and found somewhere else to go. But where? The women's shelter was full. I had no friends in the city. My family had made it clear I wasn't welcome back home. So I stayed, telling myself that footsteps weren't the worst thing that could happen. At least I had a roof over my head. At least I was warm. That night, the footsteps came again at 2 a.m. But this time, they were accompanied by something new. A sound like fingernails scraping against wood coming from inside the walls of my room. Slow, deliberate scraping as if something were trying to claw its way through the plaster. I turned on every light in my room and sat on the bed with my back against the wall, watching the door. The scraping continued for nearly an hour, moving around the room, first near the window, then by the closet, then right above my head. The footsteps upstairs kept their steady rhythm, pacing back and forth, back and forth. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke to morning sunlight and silence. When I examined the walls, I found fresh scratches in the paint near the ceiling, long gouges that definitely hadn't been there the day before. I stopped sleeping at night. Instead, I napped during the day when the house was quiet, and I spent the nighttime hours sitting in my room with all the lights on, my laptop playing videos or music, anything to cover the sounds. The footsteps came every night like clockwork. The scraping in the walls grew more aggressive, and I started noticing other things. Doors that I'd left open would be closed when I came back upstairs. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, my breath fogging in the air, even though it was warm everywhere else. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing across a doorway, a curtain swaying in a room where all the windows were closed. Once, I came downstairs to find all the kitchen cabinets standing open, their contents rearranged in neat rows on the counter. I called Mrs. Cheney again and told her I was hearing and seeing things that couldn't be explained by an old house settling. She listened in silence, and when I finished, she sighed. "I had hoped you wouldn't notice," she said quietly. "Notice what?" "The house has a history. You've done your research, I assume. The Fairfax family? What happened to them?" "Dr. Fairfax conducted experiments, medical experiments, in the tower room in the basement. Not all of his patients were willing participants. When his wife discovered what he was doing, she confronted him. There was an altercation. The children were caught in the middle." She paused. "Everyone in the house died that night except for Dr. Fairfax. He lived long enough to nail the basement door shut and seal the tower room before succumbing to his injuries in the foyer." I felt cold all over. "You knew the house was haunted, and you rented it to me anyway?" "I needed someone to stay there. The house can't be left empty. Things are worse when it's empty." "What things?" "The house remembers what happened in it. It holds on to that pain, that violence. When someone lives there, it focuses on them. It's contained. When the house is empty, the activity spreads to the neighboring properties. People started complaining. I had no choice." "So you used me as bait?" My voice was shaking. "You lured me here to take the heat so your neighbors wouldn't complain?" "I'm offering you free rent. I gave you fair warning. I told you to stay out of certain rooms. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. Previous tenants have managed." "How many previous tenants?" She didn't answer right away. "Just follow the rules. Don't go into the basement. Don't go into the tower room. Don't engage with anything you see or hear. The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission." "That's insane." "Perhaps. But you don't have anywhere else to go, do you?" Her voice was gentle but firm. "Stay until spring. By then you'll have saved enough money to find something else. Just 6 months. You can endure 6 months." She hung up before I could respond. I should have left that very moment. I should have gotten in my car and driven away, slept in parking lots, figured something out. But she was right. I had nowhere to go. And some part of me, the part that had learned to endure bad situations because the alternative was always worse, started rationalizing. It was just sounds, just shadows and cold spots and rearranged objects. Creepy, yes, but I'd dealt with worse. I'd lived with an abusive boyfriend who put me in the hospital. I'd survived homelessness. I could survive a haunted house. So I stayed. The nights grew longer and the activity intensified. The footsteps upstairs became more frequent, sometimes pacing for hours without stopping. The scraping in the walls happened every night now, sometimes so loud and aggressive that I worried the walls would split open. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. My phone would be on the dresser when I knew I'd left it on the bed. My clothes would be pulled out of my duffel bag and folded neatly on the floor. I started finding things. Small things at first. Old buttons, rusted nails, fragments of glass. They'd appear on my windowsill, arranged in patterns I couldn't decipher. Then I found a child's doll under my bed, its porcelain face cracked and one eye missing. I threw it in the trash, but the next morning it was back under my bed, in the exact same position. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. It was constant now, a prickling at the back of my neck that never went away. I could feel eyes on me when I showered, when I changed clothes, when I tried to sleep. Sometimes I'd turn around quickly, trying to catch whatever was watching me, but there was never anything there, just empty rooms and shadows and that pervasive sense of wrongness. 3 weeks into my stay, I woke in the middle of the night to find someone standing in the corner of my room. It was a woman, or the shape of a woman. She was translucent, like fog given human form, and she wore a long dress that might have been white once, but looked gray in the darkness. Her face was turned toward the wall, and her hands were raised as if she were clawing at something. As I watched, frozen in terror, she scraped her fingernails down the wall, creating the same sound I'd been hearing every night. Long, deliberate scrapes that left no marks but made my teeth ache. She didn't turn around. She just kept scraping over and over, her movements mechanical and repetitive. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I just lay there, watching her, until she finally faded away as the first light of dawn touched the window. I spent the next day in a coffee shop, unable to be in the house. I knew I should leave, pack up, and go, but the truth was I had less than $200 in my bank account and nowhere else to turn. Mrs. Cheney was right. I needed time to save money, to get back on my feet. And as terrifying as a house was, it hadn't actually hurt me. It was all just phenomena, just manifestations of whatever was trapped in that place. That night, I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion won out around 1 a.m. I woke to the sound of footsteps, but they weren't coming from upstairs this time. They were coming from the hallway outside my door. Step, step, step. Slow and measured. They stopped right outside my room. I stared at the door, watching the gap at the bottom, and saw a shadow move across it, blocking out the faint light from the hallway. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, the old brass creaking. I'd locked the door. I always locked the door. But the lock was just a simple push button on the knob, and I watched in horror as it slowly turned clockwise until it clicked open. The door began to swing inward, inch by inch, revealing the dark hallway beyond. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. But the doorknob continued to turn, and the door continued to open, and I knew with absolute certainty that something was coming into my room. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it at the doorway. The door stopped moving. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I heard breathing, slow, raspy breathing that definitely wasn't mine. It was coming from the doorway, from the empty space where nothing visible stood. "Get out," I whispered, my voice shaking. "This is my room. Get out." The breathing stopped. The door slammed shut so hard that the whole frame shook, and I heard the lock click back into place. Then the footsteps resumed, receding down the hallway, down the stairs, until they faded into silence. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I found scratches on the outside of my door, the same deep gouges that were on the inside, as if something had been trying to claw its way in after I'd told it to leave. Mrs. Cheney's words echoed in my head. "The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission." I had told it to get out. I had engaged with it, and now it knew. I could see it, hear it, sense it. The activity became more aggressive after that. Objects didn't just move anymore. They flew across rooms. I'd be sitting on my bed, and a book would sail past my head and hit the wall. The dresser drawers would slam open and shut on their own. The scratching in the walls became constant, no longer confined to nighttime. I'd hear it during the day surrounding me like dozens of hands clawing at the plaster from the inside. The apparitions became more frequent, too. I'd see the woman in the gray dress in different parts of the house, always with her back to me, always clawing at walls or doors. Sometimes I'd see children, too, fleeting shadows that darted around corners, accompanied by the sound of footsteps too light to be adult. Once, I saw a tall figure in a dark coat standing at the end of the hallway watching me. When I blinked, he was gone. I tried to follow Mrs. Cheney's rules. I didn't go into the basement. The nailed-shut door made that impossible anyway. I didn't go up to the third floor, even though the pacing continued every night, even though I was desperately curious about the tower room. I tried not to engage, tried to ignore the phenomena, but it was getting harder and harder. A month in, I got a job at a grocery store stocking shelves on the night shift. It meant being away from the house from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., which should have been a relief, but instead it filled me with dread. The house didn't like being empty. I'd come home in the morning to find furniture moved, pictures pulled off walls, my belongings scattered across every room like someone had been searching for something. One morning, I came home to find that every mirror in the house had been shattered. The bathroom mirror, the mirror in my room, even the decorative mirrors in the hallway, all broken, their glass scattered across the floor. But when I looked closer, I realized the glass had been arranged. It formed words, the fragments carefully placed to spell out, "Get out." I called Mrs. Cheney and told her I was leaving. "You can't," she said simply. "You signed a lease." There was no lease. This was an informal arrangement. "You agreed to stay until spring. We have a verbal contract." "I don't care about contracts. This place is dangerous." "It's only dangerous if you make it dangerous. You're not following the rules." "I am following the rules." "Then why is the activity increasing?" Her voice was cold now. "You must be doing something to provoke it, going where you shouldn't go, engaging when you shouldn't engage." "I haven't done anything." "Then you have nothing to worry about. Clean up the glass and continue as you were. You have nowhere else to go." She was right, and we both knew it. I hung up and spent the next hour cleaning up broken glass, trying not to look at my fractured reflection in the fragments. That night at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the house, about Mrs. Cheney's insistence that I was provoking the activity, about the tower room in the basement, the two places I was forbidden to go. What was in those rooms? What was she hiding? When I got home at dawn, I stood in the foyer and looked up the staircase. The door to the third floor was at the top of the stairs, and I'd never tried to open it. Mrs. Cheney said it led to the tower room, said it was structurally unsound, but what if that was a lie? What if the answer to everything was up there? I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart pounding. The house was quiet around me, but it felt like it was listening, waiting to see what I would do. When I reached the third floor door, I found it locked. Not with a modern lock, but with an old padlock that looked like it had been there for decades. I went back downstairs and searched the kitchen drawers until I found a hammer. Then I returned to the third-floor door and broke the padlock with 3 hard strikes. The sound echoed through the house like a gunshot, and for a moment everything went absolutely still. Then the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. The lights flickered, and from somewhere deep in the house I heard a sound like a long, slow exhale. I pushed the door open. The staircase beyond was narrow and steep, disappearing up into darkness. The smell that wafted down was overwhelming, rot and copper, and something acrid that made my eyes water. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to close the door, to leave this place and never come back. But I needed to know. I needed to understand what I was living with. I turned on my phone flashlight and climbed the stairs. The tower room was smaller than I expected, circular with windows on all sides, but the windows had been painted over from the inside with something dark and thick, blocking out all natural light. My flashlight beam swept across the space, and I wished immediately that I'd listened to my instincts and stayed downstairs. The room was full of old medical equipment, an examination table, cabinets full of rusted instruments, jars containing things I didn't want to look at too closely. The walls were covered in writing, thousands of words scratched directly into the plaster, observations, dates, descriptions of procedures, Dr. Fairfax's research notes, preserved for more than a century. But it was the corner of the room that made my stomach turn. There were shackles bolted to the wall, and below them old dark stains on the floor, and covering every surface were scratches, deep gouges in the wood and plaster, layer upon layer of them, as if someone had spent hours, days, years trying to claw their way out. I heard the breathing again right behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. The breathing grew louder, coming from all around me now, and underneath it I could hear whispers, dozens of voices all speaking at once in words I couldn't quite make out. The air in the room began to shimmer, and I saw them. Not one ghost, not 2, but dozens. They appeared like photographs developing, growing more solid by the second. Men, women, children, all of them bearing the marks of violence, of suffering. They stared at me with hollow eyes, and I understood with sudden, terrible clarity that these weren't the Fairfax family. These were Dr. Fairfax's victims, the people he'd brought to this room, the ones whose deaths had gone uninvestigated and unrecorded. They moved toward me as one, their mouths opening in silent screams, their hands reaching out. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone, plunging the room into darkness except for the ghostly light emanating from the apparitions themselves. I felt cold hands grabbing at me, pulling at my clothes, my hair, my skin. The whispers grew into a deafening roar, and I could finally make out what they were saying. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Join us. I screamed and ran, shoving through the mass of bodies that felt both solid and insubstantial at the same time. I threw myself down the stairs, tripping and stumbling, feeling those cold hands still grasping at me. I made it to the second floor and slammed the door behind me, but I could hear them on the other side, scratching, moaning, trying to get through. I ran to my room and grabbed my bags, throwing in anything I could reach. I didn't care about leaving things behind. I didn't care about having nowhere to go. I had to get out of this house before it killed me, or worse, before it made me one of those tortured spirits trapped forever in this place. I was halfway down the stairs to the first floor when the lights went out, all of them simultaneously, plunging the house into absolute darkness. I froze, clutching the railing, my bags heavy on my shoulder. In the darkness, I could hear movement all around me, footsteps, breathing, the rustle of fabric, the scrape of fingernails on wood. A voice spoke in the darkness, clearer than all the others. It was a man's voice, cold and clinical. "You shouldn't have opened that door. They've been waiting so long for someone to set them free." A light appeared at the top of the stairs. Not electric light, but a soft, ghostly glow. In it, I could see the figure from the hallway, the tall man in the dark coat. His face was partially obscured, but I could make out enough to see that he was smiling. "You've given them permission now," he said. "By opening that door, by acknowledging their existence, you've given them a way out. They'll follow you wherever you go now, unless—" "Unless what?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. "Unless you take their place. Stay here. Become the new keeper of this house. Let them move on while you remain." "You're insane." "I'm practical. Someone must stay. The house requires it. If you leave, they'll follow you, and the violence that happened in this place will follow them. They're angry, you see. They've been trapped here for so long, and now they have a chance to be free. But they don't understand freedom anymore. They only understand pain and rage. Wherever they go, suffering will follow." The ghostly light began to descend the stairs toward me, and with it came all the others. The victims from the tower room, the woman in gray, the children, all of them moving as one mass of translucent figures. They flowed down the stairs like water, surrounding me, their hands reaching out. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran for a front door, burst through it, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. But I managed, and I sped away from that house like all the demons of hell were chasing me. Maybe they were. That was 3 months ago. I've been living in my car again, moving from place to place, never staying anywhere longer than a few nights. 'Cause Dr. Fairfax was right about one thing. They did follow me. I see them in reflections now, in store windows, in bathroom mirrors, in the surface of my coffee. The woman in gray is always there, still clawing at nothing. The children dart between cars and parking lots. And sometimes, late at night, I hear the pacing. Step, 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 moving across the roof of my car, up and down, never stopping. I went to a priest. He tried to perform a blessing, but the temperature in his church dropped so suddenly that frost formed on the windows, and the statue of Mary began to weep. He asked me to leave. I tried sage, salt circles, every folk remedy and internet solution I could find. Nothing works. They're attached to me now, bound to me by that moment when I opened the door and saw them, when I acknowledged their existence and gave them a way out of that room. Sometimes I think about going back to the house, about accepting Dr. Fairfax's offer, taking their place so they can finally move on, but I'm too much of a coward for that. So instead, I keep driving, keep moving, trying to stay ahead of the growing crowd of spirits that follows me everywhere I go. I haven't slept in weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that tower room, surrounded by the marks of suffering, and I can hear their voices. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Last night, I saw something new in my rearview mirror. It was Dr. Fairfax, sitting in my back seat, watching me with that same cold smile. "You can't run forever," he said. "Eventually, you'll have to make a choice. Come back to the house, or let them turn wherever you are into the same kind of hell. The suffering has to go somewhere. It always does." I'm writing this from a rest stop somewhere in Nevada. I've been driving for 3 days straight, trying to get as far from Kansas as possible, but I know it won't matter. Distance means nothing to them. They're not bound by geography or physics. They're bound to me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if there's any way to fix this, to break whatever connection I forged when I opened that door. All I know is that I should have listened to Mrs. Cheney. I should have followed the rules, and I should never, ever have been desperate enough to rent a room at 1847 Millbrook Road. If you're reading this and you ever see an ad for cheap rent in an old house, if someone tells you to stay out of certain rooms, if something feels wrong from the very beginning, trust that feeling. Leave, because some places are haunted for a reason, and some doors are locked for a reason, and once you open them, there's no going back. The sun is setting now, and I can see them gathering in the lengthening shadows around my car, more of them each day, their numbers growing as word spreads among the dead that someone finally opened the door. Soon there will be too many to count, and I don't know what will happen when they reach critical mass. I'm so tired. Maybe tonight I'll stop fighting. Maybe tonight I'll just close my eyes and let them in. At least then it would be over. Or maybe I'll start the car again and keep driving, keep running, keep hoping that somewhere out there is a solution I haven't found yet. Keep hoping that this isn't how my story ends, alone in a car, surrounded by the angry dead, paying the price for one moment of curiosity in a house that should have been left alone. The woman in gray is standing right outside my window now, her palm pressed against the glass. She's not clawing anymore. She's just watching me, waiting. They're all waiting. I should have stayed in my car that first night. I should have driven away the moment I saw that house at the end of Millbrook Road. But I was desperate, and desperation makes you do stupid things. Now I'm paying for it. Now we're all paying for it. If you ever find yourself in Kansas and you see a woman living out of her car, surrounded by shadows that don't quite match the light, that's me. Don't approach. Don't offer help. Just keep driving. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a contract to restore a remote mountain monastery. The damage to the walls is coming from the inside. I am a master mason. It is a dying trade, I know. In a world of poured concrete, steel girders, and 3D printed prefabs, there aren't many of us left who know how to read the grain of limestone, how to mix lime mortar that can breathe with the seasons, or how to chisel a flying buttress so that it holds the weight of a roof for 1,000 years. I spent the last decade restoring Gothic revivals in New England and patching up crumbling aqueducts in Italy. I like the stone. Stone is honest. It doesn't lie to you. If it's weak, it cracks. If it's strong, it stands. Or so I thought. My business, Caldwell Restoration, was failing. The contracts were drying up, and my debts were mounting. So when the letter arrived by courier, heavy cream paper, wax seal, the whole archaic 9 yards, I didn't throw it out. The offer was from a law firm in Zurich representing a private trust. the Order of St. Valerius. They needed a restoration specialist for a monastery located in the high Alps near the Austrian border. The pay was exorbitant, enough to clear my debts, buy a new house, and retire. The job description was vague: structural reinforcement of the primary sanctuary, repair of water damage, stabilization of the crypts. I took the job. I packed my tools, my chisels, my mallets, my pointers, and my trowels, and flew to Zurich. A helicopter took me the rest of the way. The pilot, a man named Hans who chewed unlit cigars, didn't talk much. We flew over peaks that looked like jagged teeth biting into the gray sky. The air grew thinner, the snow grew deeper. When the monastery finally came into view, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't built on the mountain, it was carved out of it. It was a massive, brooding structure of black basalt, merging seamlessly with the cliff face. It looked less like a place of worship and more like a fortress or prison. There were no roads leading to it, just a helipad on a jutting spur of rock. "I pick you up in 3 months," Hans shouted over the rotor wash as I unloaded my crates. "Radio if you die." "If I die?" I yelled back. He didn't smile. He just banked the chopper and dropped into the valley, leaving me in a silence so profound it made my ears ring. I was met at the massive iron doors by the caretaker, Father Thomas. He was the only person there. He was a small, bird-like man in a tattered cassock, his hand shaking constantly as if vibrating with a low-voltage current. "Mr. Caldwell," he whispered, "you're here. Good. The walls are thirsty." I ignored the odd comment. Religious types often spoke in metaphors. "I'm here to work, Father. Show me the damage." He led me inside. The interior was freezing. The air smelled of incense, ozone, and something metallic like copper coins. There were no pews in the sanctuary, just a vast, empty floor of polished obsidian. The stained glass windows were blocked up with heavy stone slabs, letting in zero light. The only illumination came from flickering electric sconces spaced 50 feet apart. "The damage is in the apse," Father Thomas said, leading me toward the front of the church. "And the crypts?" We reached the main altar. Behind it, the great curved wall of the apse rose 50 feet to the vaulted ceiling. I shone my flashlight on the wall. I have seen structural damage. I have seen walls blown out by cannons, crumbled by earthquakes, and rotted by water. This was different. The stone blocks, massive 2-ton blocks of granite, were pushed outward. From the outside, the wall looked solid. But here, from the inside, the blocks were bulging into the sanctuary. The mortar was pulverized, dusting the floor in white powder. "It looks like the mountain is shifting," I said, running my hand over a crack that was 3 inches wide. "Pressure from the rock face behind it." "No," Father Thomas said softly. "There is no mountain behind this wall. There is a void, the reliquary." "A void? Then what pushed the stones in?" He looked at me with watery, terrified eyes. "Nothing pushed them in, Mr. Caldwell. Something is pushing them out." He turned and walked away. "I stay in the bell tower. The rectory is yours. Do not go into the crypts after sunset, and do not listen to the choir." "What choir? You're the only one here." He didn't answer. I spent the first week setting up scaffolding. It was grueling work. The air was thin, and I tired easily. I set up my lights, my mixing station, and my winch. I started examining the masonry in detail. The craftsmanship was ancient, easily 12th century. But the mortar was strange. It was pinkish. I took a sample and analyzed it under my field microscope. It wasn't lime and sand. It was lime and bone, crushed bone, and something that looked like dried blood. Binding agents, I muttered to myself. Old superstition makes the wall holy. I started removing the damaged mortar. My plan was to inject an epoxy resin to stabilize the blocks, then repoint them with a modern high-strength mix. On the fourth day, I found the first anomaly. I was 20 feet up on the scaffold, chiseling out a joint between two massive blocks. My chisel hit something soft. Usually, when you hit a void in mortar, it feels hollow. This felt squishy. I pulled the chisel out. The tip was coated in a thick black fluid. It looked like tar, but it smelled like spoiled meat. I shone my light into the crack. Deep inside the wall, in the space between the stones, something was moving. It looked like hair. Thick, black, wet strands of hair matted together, shifting sluggishly in the draft. I recoiled, nearly falling off the scaffold. Rats, I told myself, a nest. I sprayed a can of expanding foam into the crack. That'll hold you. That night, I slept in the rectory. It was a stone building adjacent to the main church. I had a small cot, a hot plate, and a bottle of whiskey. At 2 a.m., I woke up. I heard singing. It was coming from the sanctuary. It was a Gregorian chant, low, polyphonic, beautiful. A dozen male voices harmonizing in perfect Latin. Agmenus, Corpus, Dominus, Silentium. I sat up. Father Thomas must have put on a record, or maybe he had guests. I put on my boots and walked across the courtyard to the church. The snow was falling heavily, muffling my footsteps. The great iron doors were unlocked. I pushed one open, just a crack. The sanctuary was dark, save for my work lights illuminating the scaffolding in the distance. The singing was louder here. It vibrated in my chest. I looked around. Father Thomas? The church was empty. I walked toward the altar. The singing wasn't coming from speakers. It was coming from the walls. I put my ear against the cold stone of the nave. The vibration was intense. The stone was conducting the sound. It was coming from below, from the Ashar crypts. I walked to the heavy iron grate that covered the stairs to the undercroft. The sound was deafening here. It wasn't just singing anymore. It was screaming. The chant had devolved. The beautiful harmonies were breaking down into jagged, discordant shrieks that layered over each other. Let us out. The stone burns. The mortar is salt. I backed away. I ran back to the rectory and locked the door. I drank half the bottle of whiskey and passed out. The next morning, Father Thomas was waiting for me by the scaffolding. He looked even more haggard than before. "You heard it," he said. It wasn't a question. "Who is down there?" I demanded. "Is there a monk order living in the caves?" "No one lives in the caves," Thomas said. "The crypts are sealed. They have been sealed for 400 years. "Then what is that noise?" "It is the pressure," Thomas said. "Sound is energy. If you trap enough suffering in a box, it becomes a frequency. The frequency pushes against the stone. That is why the walls are bulging, Mr. Caldwell. The sound is trying to escape." "That's physically impossible." "Is it? Look at your work." He pointed to the patch I had repaired yesterday, the spot where I had sprayed the foam. The foam was gone. The stone blocks I had stabilized were pushed out another inch. The mortar was wet. I climbed the scaffold. I looked at the joint. The black, taro-like substance was oozing out, and embedded in the ooze were teeth, human teeth, molars, canines, pushed out of the crack like gravel. "The wall is rejecting the repair," Thomas said from the ground. "You cannot use foam. You cannot use epoxy. You must use the old mix." "The bone mix?" "Yes, and the blood. It must be consecrated, or the wall will fall." "I'm not killing anyone to fix a wall, Father." "We have supplies," he said grimly, "in the freezer." I should have left then. I should have hiked down the mountain, but I'm stubborn, and I wanted the money, and God help me, I was fascinated. I'd decided to investigate the void behind the wall. The plan showed a reliquary, but no door access. If the pressure was coming from inside, I needed to vent it. I'm an engineer at heart. If a boiler has too much pressure, you open a valve. I took my diamond-tipped core drill. It's a massive machine used to bore holes through concrete for pipes. "I'm going to drill a relief shaft," I told Thomas, "through the center of the apse, into the void. We equalize the pressure." Thomas looked horrified. "You must not pierce the veil. If you make a hole, they will pour out." "It's just air, Father, stale air." I set up the rig. I anchored it to the floor. I aimed the drill bit, a 4-inch cylinder of industrial diamonds, at the center of the bulging wall. I turned it on. The scream of the drill was deafening, drowning out the phantom choir. The bit chewed into the granite. Dust flew. I drilled for an hour. I went 3 feet deep. Then the resistance on the drill changed. It punched through into empty space. I cut the power. Silence. Then a sound came from the hole. Ah! It was the sound of a massive inhalation, as if the room beyond had been in a vacuum for centuries and was now sucking in the air from the sanctuary. The suction was incredible. My dust sheets were ripped off the floor and sucked against the hole. The flame on Father Thomas's candle was pulled horizontal. Then it stopped, and the smell hit us. It wasn't rot, it wasn't death, it was perfume, a sickeningly sweet floral scent, lilies, roses, and ozone. "You've done it," Thomas whispered, falling to his knees. "You've given it a mouth." From the hole I had drilled, a finger emerged. It was long, pale, jointless. It wiggled, testing the air, then another finger, then a hand. The hand grasped the edge of the hole. The stone, the solid granite that had broken my drill bits, began to crumble under the grip of those pale fingers. The stone turned to gray dust, expanding the hole. I grabbed a sledgehammer. "Get back!" I swung at the hand. The hammer connected. It felt like hitting a tire. Bouncy. Resilient. The hand didn't break. It grabbed the hammerhead. I tried to pull back. I couldn't. The strength was impossible. The hand pulled. I was dragged across the scaffold. "Help me," I yelled at Thomas. Thomas was praying. He wasn't looking at me. I let go of the hammer. It disappeared into the hole. Then an eye appeared at the widened aperture. It was the size of a dinner plate. It was gold, with a pupil that was a horizontal slit like a goat's. It looked at me, and I heard the voice. Not in my ears, but in the center of my brain. The mason, the builder. "You have come to make us new." I scrambled down the scaffold. I hit the floor running. "We have to go." I grabbed Thomas by his collar and dragged him. "It is too late," Thomas wept. "The integrity is compromised." We ran to the heavy doors. I pushed them open. The blizzard outside had stopped, but the sky wasn't dark. It was green, an aurora swirling directly above the monastery, and standing in the snow surrounding the church were statues. The garden statues, the saints, the gargoyles I had seen on the roof. They were all standing in a semicircle, facing the door. They had moved, and they were looking at us. "They are the wardens," Thomas said. "They don't keep things out. They keep things in, and now that you broke the seal, they are failing." One of the stone saints, a St. Peter holding keys, took a step forward. The sound of stone grinding on stone echoed through the valley. Crunch. His face was blank, but his stone arm raised, pointing at me. "Fix it!" the voice in my head screamed. "Seal it!" I looked back at the sanctuary. The wall was collapsing, not falling down, but dissolving. The pale, fleshy substance was pushing through, expanding like a tumor. I realized then what the monastery was. It wasn't a building. It was a sarcophagus, a shell built around something that had fallen from the sky a long time ago, something that didn't follow the laws of physics. And I had just cracked the lid. "The mortar!" I shouted at Thomas. "Where is the freezer?" We ran to the rectory basement. There was an industrial meat locker there. Inside were buckets, red buckets. I didn't ask where they came from. I grabbed 2. We ran back to the church. The entity had pushed halfway into the sanctuary. It was a mass of pale, writhing limbs and golden eyes. It was singing now. The choir was coming from its many mouths. Gloria in excelsis Deo. It was mocking us. I climbed the scaffold. The creature swiped at me with a tentacle made of what looked like human intestines. I dodged. I reached the hole. The creature was squeezing through it. I needed to plug it. I poured the bucket of blood mortar into the mixing trough I had left on the platform. I grabbed my trowel. I didn't have stone blocks. I had nothing to plug the hole with. "Thomas," I yelled, "I need aggregate. I need rocks." There were no rocks on the scaffold. Thomas looked up at me. He looked at the creature. He looked at the statues closing in on the doors. "Aggregate," he whispered. He climbed the ladder. He stood next to me. "I am the keeper," he said. "I am the stone." Before I could stop him, he stepped off the platform. He didn't jump to the floor. He jumped into the hole, into the mass of writhing flesh. The creature shrieked. It recoiled. It didn't like the taste of him. For a second, it pulled back into the void. I didn't hesitate. It was instinct, masonry instinct. I shoveled the blood mortar into the hole, packing it in over Thomas's body. I packed it tight. I grabbed a loose stone block from the repair pile and slammed it into the wet mix. I channeled every ounce of strength I had. I sealed it. The screaming stopped. The singing stopped. The mortar set instantly. It hissed, turning from red to gray in seconds. I fell back onto the scaffold, gasping for air. The wall was silent. I climbed down. I walked to the doors. The statues were gone. They were back on their pedestals in the garden, back on the roof. I was alone. I spent the next 2 months finishing the job. I used the mix from the freezer. I didn't think about what it was. I just worked. I reinforced every crack. I sealed every joint. When the helicopter came back, I was 10 pounds lighter, and my hair had turned white. Hans landed the chopper. "You look like hell," he said. "Where is the priest?" "He retired," I said. "He's part of the foundation now." We flew away. I looked back at the monastery. It looked solid, impenetrable. But as we banked over the ridge, I saw something. On the roof of the church, the gargoyles. There were 12 of them when I arrived. Now there were 13. The new one was small, bird-like. It was wearing a tattered cassock carved from stone, and it was looking up at the helicopter. It was screaming. I got paid. I retired. I live in a house made of wood now, by the sea. But sometimes, when the wind is right, I can hear it in the timber, the singing, and I know that stone doesn't last forever. Even granite erodes. Some day the mortar will crumble, and the choir will sing again. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a job monitoring deep earth frequencies in a remote station, but the sounds from below are starting to call my name. I am writing this from a diner off Interstate 80. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely hold the pen, and I keep spilling the coffee on the table. The waitress looks at me like I'm a junkie, but I don't care. I haven't slept in 4 days. Every time I close my eyes, I hear the static. I hear the scratching. I hear the voice that sounds like mine, but deeper, wetter, like it's coming through a throat filled with mud. I need to get this down on paper. I need to leave a record, because I think I'm going to die tonight. Or worse, I'm going to go back there. It started because I was desperate. That's how all these stories start, isn't it? Nobody takes a job in the middle of nowhere for minimum wage unless they have no other choice. I had lost my job at the factory. My girlfriend had kicked me out, and I was living in my 2004 Toyota Corolla. I was scrolling through job boards on my phone, using the free Wi-Fi at a library, when I saw it. Position, seismic monitor. Location, Outpost 4, Blackwood Ridge. Duties, monitor automated systems, log frequency data, maintain equipment. Pay, $2,000 a week. Cash, $2,000 a week. For sitting in a room and watching the computer screen. It sounded too good to be true. I called the number. A man answered on the first ring. His voice was dry, cracking like stepping on autumn leaves. "Can you handle silence?" he asked. "No hello? No company name?" "Yes," I said. "Can you stay awake for 12 hours at a time?" "Yes." "Do you have family who will miss you if you are out of cell service for a month?" "No." "Be at the trailhead of Blackwood Ridge at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Don't bring a phone, don't bring a computer. Analog only. We provide the rest." I should have said no. I should have hung up. But I looked at my bank account balance, 12.45, and I said yes. I met the man the next morning. He was driving a black Jeep with no license plates. He was old, maybe 70, with skin that looked like leather and eyes that didn't blink enough. He handed me a duffel bag and a set of keys. "The hike is 4 miles up," he said, pointing to a narrow dirt path disappearing into the dense pine forest. "The station is at the top. It's a concrete bunker. You can't miss it. There is a manual on the desk. Follow the instructions exactly. Do not deviate. I will come back in 30 days with your money." "Wait," I said. "What exactly am I monitoring? Earthquakes?" He looked at me, and for a second I saw genuine fear in his eyes. "We are listening to the tectonic plates," he said, "to make sure they don't shift. Just listen to the needles, kid. If they go into the red, you press the button. That's it." He drove away before I could ask what the button did. I hiked up. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no crickets, just the sound of my boots on the dry earth, and the wind hissing through the pine needles. The station was ugly. It was a gray concrete block, half buried in the side of the mountain. It looked like a World War II bunker. There was a heavy steel door with a wheel lock, like a submarine. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It smelled of ozone, old copper, and stale coffee. The room was one large space. In the center, there was a massive console of equipment that looked like it was from the 1970s. Oscilloscopes with glowing green lines, reel-to-reel tape decks, and a wall of speakers. In the corner, there was a cot and a small kitchenette with a stack of canned beans and a manual can opener. But the most disturbing thing was the hole. In the back of the room, behind a thick pane of plexiglass, there was a hole in the floor. It was a borehole, maybe 3 feet wide, going straight down into the earth. There were cables running down into it, thick black cables that pulsed slightly as if liquid was being pumped through them. I settled in. The first 3 days were boring. I read the manual. It was simple. Protocol: wear the headphones at all times during your shift, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Record the frequency levels every hour. If the frequency drops below 10 hertz, turn up the gain. If the frequency rises above 150 hertz, initiate the dampening sequence. Never speak into the microphone unless instructed. I sat at the desk. I put on the heavy padded headphones. The sound of the earth is boring. It's just a low hum. Like a refrigerator running in the next room. Occasionally, there would be a pop or a crackle, which the manual said was rock settling deep underground. I wrote down the numbers: 40 hertz, 42 hertz, 39 hertz. It was easy money. On the 4th night, the rhythm changed. It was 2 a.m. The wind was howling outside, shaking the heavy steel door. I was eating cold beans from the can. I looked at the oscilloscope. The green line wasn't a flat wave anymore. It was spiking. Thump, thump, thump. It looked like a heartbeat. I adjusted the volume on the headphones. Thump, thump. It was slow, massive. It sounded like a hammer hitting a mattress wrapped in 10 layers of blankets. It was deep, so deep I felt it in my chest more than I heard it in my ears. I checked the frequency. 12 hertz. It was getting low. I followed the rules. I reached for the knob labeled gain and turned it up. The sound got louder. Thump, thump. And then, in the space between the thumps, I heard something else. Scritch, scratch. It sounded like fingernails on chalkboard or claws on stone. It was coming from the microphone deep in the hole. I leaned closer to the monitor. Just rocks, I whispered to myself. Just rocks sliding against rocks? Then a voice spoke in my ear. Hungry. I ripped the headphones off and threw them on the desk. I spun around, grabbing the flashlight. "Who's there?" I shouted. The concrete room echoed. "Who is it?" Silence. Just the hum of the machines. I checked the door. It was locked from the inside. I checked the plexiglass shield around the hole. It was intact. I told myself I was hallucinating. Isolation psychosis. It happens. I put the headphones back on, leaving one ear uncovered. The scratching was gone. The heartbeat was gone. The line was flat again. I didn't sleep that day. I lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind. On the 7th night, the equipment started moving on its own. I was sitting at the desk, fighting to keep my eyes open. I had drunk 3 cups of terrible instant coffee. Suddenly, the reel-to-reel tape deck spun to life. Whoa! The tape started spinning fast. The needles on the VU meters slammed into the red. I hadn't touched anything. I grabbed the manual. There was nothing about this. I put the headphones on. The sound was screaming, not a human scream. It was electronic screaming, feedback, static, white noise. But underneath it, there was a pattern. Short, long, short, short, long, short, Morse code. No, it was too rhythmic. It was breathing. Inhale, Static. Exhale. Scream. I reached to turn the volume down, but the knob wouldn't turn. It was stuck. Then the red phone on the wall rang. I jumped so hard I knocked my chair over. There was a red rotary phone mounted near the door. The manual didn't mention it. I didn't even know it was connected to anything. Ring, ring, ring. It was a loud mechanical bell. I walked over to it slowly. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I picked up the receiver. "Hello?" "Don't listen to it," a voice said. It was the old man who hired me, but he sounded different, terrified. "Arthur, tell me you aren't listening to it." "The tape deck started on its own," I yelled. "What is happening? What is down there?" "It's waking up," the old man whispered. "We miscalculated. The dampeners aren't holding. Arthur, listen to me carefully. There is a breaker switch in the kitchenette, behind the fridge. You need to kill the power to the audio system. Do it now." "Why?" "Because it learns," he screamed. "It learns frequencies. If you let it listen to the room, it will learn your voice. And once it has your voice, it can open the door." The line went dead. I dropped the phone. "It will learn your voice." I looked at a console. The tape reels were still spinning. The needles were bouncing. And then, coming through the speakers on the wall, not the headphones, the main speakers, I heard a sound. "Hello?" It was my voice. It was the recording of me answering the phone 10 seconds ago. "Hello? What is happening? What is down there?" The machine was playing my voice back to me. But then it changed. The pitch shifted down. It became deeper, gravelly. "What is down there, Arthur?" It said my name. I hadn't said my name. I scrambled to the kitchenette. I shoved the heavy refrigerator aside. There was a gray metal panel on the wall. I ripped it open. There was a single large switch labeled Audio Mains. I grabbed it and yanked it down. Clunk! The lights in the station flickered. The tape deck slowed down. Woo! Click! The speakers went silent. The room was dead quiet. I stood there, panting, sweating. I was safe. I had killed the power. Then, from the hole in the back of the room behind the plexiglass, I heard a sound. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct knocks on the glass from the inside. I shined my flashlight at the hole. The borehole was dark. But on the inside of the plexiglass there was condensation, and in the condensation something had drawn a shape, a smiley face. I backed away. No, that's impossible. It's a sealed shaft. Knock, knock, knock. Louder this time. The glass vibrated. I grabbed my jacket. I grabbed the keys. I was leaving. To hell with the money. To hell with the old man. I ran to the steel door. I grabbed the wheel lock and turned it. It wouldn't move. I spun it the other way. Stuck. I threw my weight against it. It felt like it was welded shut. Then I saw the keypad. I hadn't noticed it before. A digital keypad next to the door. The screen was lit up red. Lockdown initiated. Containment breach. "Open!" I screamed, banging on the steel. "Let me out!" From the speakers, which should have been dead, a voice crackled. "Let me out!" It was mocking me. I looked at the console. The power switch I had pulled. It was physically pushed back up into the on position. I hadn't touched it. The tape reel started spinning again. I ran to the corner of the room, grabbing the heavy metal can opener as a weapon. I huddled on the cot. "What do you want?" I whispered. The speakers crackled. "Arthur, hungry." I spent the next 3 days in that corner. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I just watched the hole. Every hour the sounds got worse. First it was scratching, Then it was screaming. Then it was singing. It sang nursery rhymes. Mary had a little lamb, but the voice was distorted, like a choir of drowning children. Then, on the 10th night, the visual feed turned on. There was a small green monitor on the console labeled Bore Cam. I had never looked at it because the manual said the camera was broken. It flickered to life. The image was grainy, black and white. It showed the rock walls of the shaft, deep underground. The camera was moving. It was being pulled up. I watched, paralyzed. The camera passed layers of rock, granite, shale. Then it passed something else, flesh. The walls of the shaft were pulsing. They were lined with a thick gray material that looked like skin. Veins throbbed in the rock. The camera kept coming up. 500 feet, 400 feet. It passed a nest. Carved into the side of the rock wall was a cavity, and inside the cavity were things that looked like eggs. Translucent, gelatinous sacs the size of beach balls. Inside them, dark shapes writhed. The camera kept coming. 200 feet, 100 feet. I could hear the physical sound now, not through the speakers, through the air, slithering, wet, heavy, sliding sounds coming from the shaft. I looked at the plexiglass. It was fogging up. Heat was radiating from the hole. The camera feed reached the top. On the screen, I saw the underside of the plexiglass cover, and then I saw a face. It pressed against the camera lens. It didn't have eyes. It had holes. Dozens of small, perfectly round holes where a face should be. And they were all opening and closing, whistling. It was made of holes. And then the plexiglass cracked. Crack. A spiderweb fracture appeared in the center of the shield. I knew I had seconds. I looked around the room. The door was sealed. The phone was dead. The ventilation ducked. Above the kitchenette there was a square vent. It was small, maybe 18 inches wide, but I was skinny. I dragged the table over. I climbed up. I used the can opener to unscrew the bolts. My fingers were bleeding. Crash! The plexiglass shattered. The sound of the explosion deafened me. A smell filled the room. Sulfur, rot, and old blood. I pulled the vent cover off. I squeezed my head and shoulders in. Behind me, I heard the thing pull itself out of the hole. Squelch, thud. It sounded heavy, wet. "Arthur," it hissed. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was in the room. "Where are you going?" I kicked my legs, shoving myself deeper into the duct. It was tight. The metal pressed against my chest. I couldn't breathe. I crawled. I crawled through the dark, dusty metal tube. I heard the creature tearing the room apart. I heard the metal console being ripped from the floor. I heard the cot being smashed. Then I heard it sniffing. Sniff, sniff. It was sniffing the air, tracking me. I heard a heavy thud against the wall below the vent. It knew where I was. I crawled faster. The duct went up at an angle. I pushed with my toes, scraping my skin raw. Screech! Metal tearing. It was peeling the vent open from the wall. I scrambled up, turning a corner in the ductwork. I saw moonlight ahead, a grate leading to the outside. I kicked the grate. It flew off. I fell out onto the dirt, rolling down the hill. The cool night air hit my face. I stood up and ran. I ran down the mountain trail in the dark. I fell over roots, smashed my face on branches, twisted my ankle. I didn't stop. Behind me, from the concrete bunker, I heard a sound that will haunt me forever. It wasn't a roar. It was a broadcast. The creature was projecting a sound so loud it shook the trees. It was the sound of a baby crying. Then the sound of a woman screaming for help. Then the sound of my own voice, amplified 1,000 times. "Help me! Please, God, help me!" It was baiting me, trying to get me to turn around. I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys. I got inside and locked the doors. The engine sputtered, then started. I drove down that mountain road at 80 miles an hour. I almost went off the cliff 3 times. I drove until I hit the highway. I drove until the sun came up. I'm at the diner now. I tried to call the number of the man who hired me. The line is dead. I looked up the location on Google Maps. There is no Outpost 4. There is no Blackwood Ridge. The area is marked as a geological exclusion zone, danger, unstable soil. But here is the part that makes me shake. Here is why I am writing this. My hearing hasn't come back to normal. Everything sounds muffled. But 5 minutes ago, the jukebox in the diner started playing a song. It was an old country song. But halfway through, the lyrics changed. The singer's voice warped. It dropped in pitch. "Arthur," the jukebox sang, "I can taste you." The waitress didn't notice. The trucker in the corner didn't notice. Only I heard it. And now my phone is vibrating. I don't have the old man's number saved. It's coming up as unknown. But I know who it is. It's not the old man. I can hear the breathing through the phone before I even answer it. It's the frequency. It traveled with me. It's in the network now. I'm going to go to the bathroom and smash my phone. Then I'm going to steal a car that doesn't have a radio. If you read this, stay away from the mountains. Stay away from the quiet places. And if you hear a humming sound coming from the ground, run. Don't listen to it. Don't try to find where it's coming from. Because once it learns your name, it never stops calling. The waitress is walking over to me. She looks confused. "Sir?" she asks. "Your nose is bleeding." I wipe my face. My hand comes away red. "And, sir," she says, pointing to my coffee cup, "your coffee is vibrating." I look down. Ripples are forming in the black liquid. Thump, thump, thump. It's here. It traveled through the ground. I have to go. God help me. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I found my roommate's secret room. I need to write this down while it's still fresh in my mind. I'm sitting in a McDonald's parking lot right now because I can't go back to that apartment. I don't think I'll ever go back. Let me start from the beginning. 3 months ago, I moved to Portland for a new job. The apartment market was brutal, and I was running out of money from hotels, so when I saw a Craigslist ad for a room in a 2-bedroom apartment for only $400 a month, I jumped on it. The ad said the current tenant was looking for a quiet roommate who kept to themselves. That was perfect for me since I'm pretty introverted anyway. The guy's name was Marcus. When we met to look at the place, he seemed normal enough. He was maybe 35, tall, kinda skinny, with dark hair and the glasses. He worked from home doing something with computers. He told me the apartment was in his late grandmother's name, which is why the rent was so cheap. She'd passed away 2 years ago, but he'd kept paying the rent to the building management, and they never bothered to update the lease. The apartment itself was older, but clean. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small kitchen, and living room. My room was tiny, but it had a window, and that was good enough for me. Marcus showed me around, told me the Wi-Fi password, said I could use anything in the kitchen. He had only 2 rules. Don't go in his bedroom, and don't make noise after 10 p.m. because he had to wake up early for work calls. Easy enough. I moved in that weekend. The first month was fine. Marcus and I barely saw each other. He spent most of his time in his room with the door closed. I'd hear him typing, occasionally talking on the phone in a low voice. Sometimes I'd hear other sounds, too. Moving furniture, something being dragged across the floor, weird thumping. But I figured he was just rearranging stuff or exercising or whatever. Not my business. He was tidy, always cleaned up after himself in the kitchen, never left. Messes in the bathroom. The perfect roommate, honestly. We'd exchange maybe 10 words a day. Morning. Hey, have a good day. That was about it. But there were some weird things I noticed. First, Marcus never seemed to leave the apartment. I mean, never. I worked a regular 9-to-5 job, and every single morning when I left, his bedroom door was closed. Every single evening when I came home, his door was still closed. I never saw him go outside, not once. His car sat in the parking lot gathering dust. Second, he got a lot of deliveries. Amazon packages almost every day, sometimes multiple packages. But also grocery deliveries, restaurant deliveries, all kinds of stuff. It would get left outside our door, and he'd bring it in when I wasn't looking. I never actually saw him retrieve anything. Third, the smell. Every few days, there'd be this weird chemical smell coming from his room. Kind of like bleach, but not quite. It would last a few hours and then disappear. When I asked him about it once, he said he was cleaning. Seemed reasonable. The really weird stuff started about 6 weeks after I moved in. I came home from work one day, and Marcus's bedroom door was open. This had never happened before. I could see inside as I walked past, just a regular bedroom. Bed, desk, computer, some posters on the wall. Nothing strange. But then I noticed something odd about the room's dimensions. I'm not an architect or anything, but something seemed off. The room looked smaller from the inside than it should have been based on the building's layout. Like if you looked at the apartment from outside, or even just thought about how the rooms connected, Marcus's bedroom should have been bigger. There was space missing. I didn't think too much about it at the time. Old buildings are weird, walls get built in strange places, whatever. But then I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that room, about the space that didn't add up. Around 2 a.m., I got up to get water, and I noticed light coming from under Marcus's door. I could hear him moving around, that dragging sound again, and then silence. I went back to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about the apartment layout, about where the missing space could be. When I got home, Marcus's door was closed as usual. I made dinner, watched some TV, tried to act normal. But around 11 p.m., I heard Marcus leave his room and go into the bathroom. I heard the shower start, and I did something I'm not proud of. I went to his bedroom door and tried the handle. It was unlocked. I knew I shouldn't. I knew it was a huge violation of privacy and crossing every boundary. But my hand was already turning the knob, and I was already pushing the door open. The room looked the same as before. Bed, desk, computer. But now I was looking for something specific. I walked around the room, checking the walls, and that's when I found it. On the wall behind his desk, there was a poster of some movie I didn't recognize. But when I touched the wall around it, I could feel a draft of air. I pulled the poster aside and found a door. Not a regular door, more like a small hatch, maybe 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. It was painted the same color as the wall, almost invisible if you weren't looking for it. My heart was pounding. I could still hear the shower running. I knew I had maybe 5 more minutes before Marcus came back. I opened the hatch. Behind it was darkness and a smell, that chemical smell, but stronger. I turned on my phone flashlight and looked inside. It was a room, a hidden room, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, with a low ceiling. I had to crouch to fit through the hatch. The room was full of stuff. And by stuff, I mean disturbing stuff. There were photographs covering every wall, hundreds of them. They were all of people, different people, all ages, all types. But they weren't normal photos. They were surveillance photos, pictures of people walking down the street, sitting in cafes, getting into their cars, pictures taken through windows, pictures of people sleeping. In the corner was a desk with 3 computer monitors. They are all on, showing what looked like security camera feeds. I recognized some of the locations. They were around our neighborhood. The coffee shop on the corner, the bus stop 2 blocks away, the parking lot of our building. There were filing cabinets against one wall. I opened one and found folders, each labeled with a name and date. I pulled out a random one. Inside were more photos of a woman I didn't recognize, along with printed documents. What looked like her work schedule, her home address, her daily routine, all written out in detail. There were pages and pages of notes about her life. I felt sick. I opened another cabinet. This one had different stuff. There were driver's licenses, credit cards, keys, all sorts of personal items that clearly belonged to other people. Everything was organized in plastic bags with labels. The shower had stopped. Panic hit me. I ducked back through the hatch, pulled the poster back in place, and got out of Marcus's room as quickly and quietly as I could. I made it back to my room and closed the door just as I heard the bathroom door open. I sat on my bed, shaking. My mind was racing. What the hell had I just seen? Was Marcus stalking people? Was he stealing from them? What was he doing with all that information? I didn't sleep that night. I kept my door locked and a chair pushed against it. Every sound from the apartment made me jump. In the morning, I called in sick to work. I needed to figure out what to do. Should I call the police? But what would I say? That I broke into my roommate's room and found a hidden room full of creepy stuff? Would they even believe me? And I'd been living here for weeks. Would they think I was involved somehow? I decided to gather evidence first. I waited until I heard Marcus in the bathroom. Then I snuck into his room with my phone and took photos of everything. The hatch, the hidden room, the walls of photographs, the filing cabinets, everything. But when I tried to leave, I heard footsteps. Marcus was coming back. I barely had time to get out of the hidden room and close the hatch before his bedroom door opened. I was still crouched behind his desk when he walked in. We made eye contact. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. His face was completely blank, expressionless. Then he smiled. "I was wondering when you'd find it," he said calmly. I stood up slowly. "Marcus, I can explain." "No need." He closed the bedroom door behind him. "You were curious. That's natural. Most people would have found it eventually." "Who are all those people in the photos?" "Projects," he said like it was the most normal thing in the world. "I study people, their patterns, their routines, their habits. It's fascinating, really, how predictable humans are. That's not studying, that's stalking. That's illegal. He shrugged. Is it? I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not making contact. I'm just observing, taking notes. Sometimes I like to see how close I can get to someone without them noticing. It's a game. You have their personal belongings, their IDs, their credit cards. Borrowed. I always put them back eventually. Most people don't even notice they're gone. I was trying to edge toward the door, but he was blocking it. He seemed to notice and took a step to the side, gesturing for me to leave. You can go if you want, he said. I'm not going to stop you. But think about what you're going to do. If you call the police, they'll want to know why you were in my room. They'll ask questions about how long you've known, why you didn't report it earlier. And technically, I haven't broken any major laws. Trespassing, maybe. Petty theft. They'll give me a slap on the wrist, and then I'll be right back here. You're insane. No, I'm thorough. There's a difference. He sat down at his desk. I've been doing this for 8 years. I'm very good at it. I cover my tracks. And I'm very careful about choosing the roommates who won't cause problems. That's when it clicked. You chose me specifically. You knew I'd keep to myself. Of course, you were perfect, quiet, introverted, working long hours, no local friends or family to visit. You barely exist outside of this apartment and your job, the ideal roommate. How did you know all that about me? He smiled wider. The same way I know everything about everyone, research. I felt my stomach drop. You were watching me. Before I moved in. I watch everyone. It's what I do. He turned to his computer and pulled up a folder. My name was on it. I have your whole life documented. Where you work, where you shop, what time you go to bed. I know you call your mother every Sunday at 6 p.m. I know you order Thai food every Friday. I know you're afraid of dogs because of something that happened when you were 7. How could you possibly know that? You'd be amazed what you can learn from social media, public records, and a good telephoto lens. People share their entire lives online. You just have to know where to look. I finally made it to the door and pulled it open. You need help. Serious psychological help. Maybe, but I'm happy. Are you happy? He didn't wait for an answer. You should pack your things. I don't think this living situation is going to work out anymore. I went to my room and started throwing clothes into a bag. My hands were shaking so badly I kept dropping things. I could hear Marcus moving around in his room, that dragging sound again. I didn't want to know what he was doing. I grabbed my laptop, my important documents, anything I absolutely needed. The rest could stay. I wasn't coming back for it. As I was leaving, Marcus came out of his room. He was holding something, a folder with my name on it. Here, he said, handing it to me. Something to remember me by. I didn't want to take it, but morbid curiosity made me grab it. What is this? Your file. Everything I collected about you, consider it a gift. Most people never get to see themselves the way I see them. I looked inside. There were photos of me from the past 3 months, walking to my car, sitting in coffee shops, standing in line at the grocery store. There were printouts of my social media posts, my work schedule, maps of my daily routes. There were notes about my behavior, my habits, my routines, all written in tiny, neat handwriting. You're sick, I said. I'm honest. Everyone watches everyone now. Social media, security cameras. Smartphones tracking your every move. I'm just more open about it. At least I'm not selling your data to advertisers. I left without another word and drove straight to a motel. I've been here for 3 hours now, looking through the folder, and I realize he's right about one thing. He really does know everything about me. There are things in here I'd forgotten about myself, patterns I didn't know I had. I called the police from the motel. They said they'd send someone to check it out, but they didn't sound very concerned. They asked me a bunch of questions about why I was in his room, whether anything was stolen, whether he'd threatened me. I tried to explain about the hidden room and the photographs, but I could tell they thought I was overreacting. A detective came by the motel an hour later. He took my statement and the photos I'd taken with my phone. He said they'd investigate, but he also warned me that what Marcus was doing might not technically be illegal. Creepy, yes. Wrong, definitely. But the law isn't always clear on this stuff. The photos of people in public places, that's usually legal, the detective explained. The surveillance cameras might be a violation, depending on where they're pointed, but that's more of a civil matter. The stolen items are concerning, but if he returns them and the victims don't press charges, it's hard to make a case stick. What about stalking? Has he contacted any of these people, threatened them, shown up at their homes uninvited? I don't know. Then it's hard to prove stalking. Look, we'll check it out. We'll talk to him. But I want you to be prepared for the possibility that we might not be able to charge him with anything serious. That was 3 hours ago. I haven't heard back from them yet. I've been sitting here in this McDonald's parking lot looking through Marcus's file on me, and I'm realizing something terrifying. I moved to Portland 3 months ago, but some of these photos are older. There's a picture of me from 6 months ago, back when I was still living in Seattle. I'm walking out of my old apartment building. He'd been watching me for at least 6 months before I moved in, which means he didn't just find me on Craigslist. He planned this. He chose me specifically and then somehow engineered the situation so I'd see his ad and move in. But why? Why go through all that trouble? I'm nobody. I'm just a regular person with a boring job and a boring life. Unless that's exactly why. Maybe he wanted a roommate who wouldn't notice things, wouldn't ask questions, wouldn't interfere with his projects. Someone who'd be so focused on their own life that they wouldn't pay attention to his. I just realized something else. In all the time I lived there, I never once saw Marcus's bedroom light turned off. Not once. Now I'm wondering if he ever slept, or if he spent every night in that hidden room watching his cameras, organizing his files, planning whatever it is he was planning. My phone just buzzed. It's a text from an unknown number. You forgot your toothbrush. I'll mail it to you. It's him. It has to be. But how does he have my phone number? I never gave it to him. We only communicated through email when I was looking at the apartment. Another text. Also, you should know that Detective Morrison has a gambling problem. He owes $15,000 to a bookie in Southeast Portland. He won't take your complaint seriously. How the hell does he know who I talk to? Is he listening somehow? Does he have my phone bugged? Another text. Don't bother changing your number. I have other ways of reaching you. I just wanted you to know. This isn't over. You're still one of my projects. You'll always be one of my projects. Have a nice life. I'm leaving Portland. Tonight. I'm going to drive to my mom's house in California and figure out what to do from there. Maybe I'll change my name, delete all my social media, start over somewhere new. But I know it won't matter. He'll find me. He's been doing this for 8 years, and he's good at it. He knows how to watch people without being seen. He knows how to collect information, how to stay invisible. And the worst part is, he's right. We're all being watched all the time. Security cameras, social media, data collection, smartphones. We've normalized surveillance to the point where someone like Marcus can hide in plain sight, doing what everyone else is doing, just being more honest about it. I keep thinking about all those files in his cabinet, all those people living their lives completely unaware that someone is documenting their every move. Should I try to warn them? But how? I don't know who they are, and even if I did, what would I say? Hey, a stranger has been watching you for months and knows everything about your life. They'd think I was crazy. The detective just called. They went to the apartment. Marcus was gone. The bedroom door was locked, and they couldn't get a warrant to break it down without more evidence. They're treating it as a wellness check gone nowhere, basically. The detective said he'd follow up if they locate Marcus, but I could tell he was already moving on to other cases. I asked him about the surveillance cameras, the stolen items, everything I'd seen. We couldn't verify any of that without accessing the apartment, he said, and your roommate has a right to privacy. Without clear evidence of a crime in progress, our hands are tied. So that's it? He just gets away with it? I didn't say that. We have your report on file. If anyone else comes forward with similar complaints, that will help build a case. But right now, it's your word against his, and you admitted to entering his room without permission. So I'm on my own. I've started looking over my shoulder everywhere I go. Every car that follows me for more than 2 blocks, I think it's him. Every person who looks at me too long, I wonder if they're working for him. Is he watching me right now? Does he have cameras in this parking lot? Did he bug my car? I checked my car. I didn't find anything, but that doesn't mean there's nothing there. These devices can be tiny, hidden anywhere. Another text. You're parked outside the McDonald's on 82nd Avenue. You've been there for 4 hours. You should probably move soon. The manager is getting suspicious. I dropped my phone. My hands are shaking again. He's watching me right now. Right this second. I looked around the parking lot, but I don't see anyone. There's a few other cars, some people inside the restaurant, but no one paying attention to me. Where is he? How is he doing this? Unless he's not here. Unless he's just tracking my phone's location. That's possible, right? There are apps for that. I turned off my phone's location services, then I turned off the phone completely and removed the battery. I need to think. I need to figure out what to do. Option 1, keep running. Change everything about my life. Become a ghost. Option 2, go to the media. Tell my story. Maybe public pressure will force the police to take this seriously. Option 3, confront Marcus. Find him and make him stop. Option 4, do nothing. Let him watch. He said himself he's not threatening anyone, not making contact. Maybe if I just ignore it, he'll lose interest and move on to someone else. That last option feels like giving up. But I'm so tired. I haven't slept in over 24 hours. I can't think straight anymore. I just want my normal, boring life back. I want to go to work and come home and watch TV and not worry about someone documenting my every move. I want to feel safe in my own home. But I don't think that's possible anymore. Even if Marcus leaves me alone, even if I never hear from him again, I'll always know he's out there. I'll always be looking over my shoulder. I'll always wonder if that person across the street is just a stranger or someone with a camera adding me to their files. Maybe that's his real goal, not to harm anyone, but to make them aware, to show them that privacy is an illusion, that we're all being watched all the time, and there's nothing we can do about it. If that's the case, then he's won. Because I'll never feel safe again. I'm going to drive to California now. I'll throw my phone away and buy a burner. I'll pay for everything in cash. I'll stay off social media. I'll be careful about where I go and who I talk to. And maybe, if I'm lucky, he'll get bored and find a new project. But I doubt it, because, like he said, I'll always be one of his projects, and there's nothing I can do to stop him. Update. It's been 2 weeks since I wrote everything above. I'm at my mom's house now. I've been too scared to post this until now, but I feel like people need to know. The detective called me yesterday. They found Marcus, or rather, they found his body. He was in the apartment, in the hidden room. He'd been dead for at least a week, maybe more. The cause of death was a heart attack, natural causes. They searched the room after finding him. Everything I described was there. The photos, the files, the cameras, all of it. But there was more. They found files on over 200 different people, some going back 10 years. They found hard drives with terabytes of surveillance footage. They're trying to identify all the victims now so they can notify them. The detective told me something else. They found Marcus's medical records. He had a condition, some kind of paranoid personality disorder combined with OCD. He'd been institutionalized twice in his 20s. He'd been obsessed with the idea that everyone was watching him, so he started watching everyone else first. It was his way of feeling in control. He wasn't dangerous, the detective said. Not really. He never approached anyone, never threatened anyone. He just watched. In his mind, he was protecting himself by knowing everything about everyone around him. That doesn't make it okay, I said. No, it doesn't. But it does explain it. They're still going through all his files. I asked if I could get my file back, but they said it's evidence now. Just as well. I don't want to see it again anyway. I thought I'd feel relief when I heard he was dead, that I'd feel safe again. But I don't, because every time I go outside, I wonder who else is out there doing the same thing Marcus was doing. How many other people are watching, documenting, collecting information on strangers? The detective said they found something else in the apartment. A journal where Marcus had written about all his projects, including me. Apparently, I was supposed to be his masterpiece, the perfect subject who would never notice what he was doing. He'd planned to document my entire life from the shadows for years, but then I found the hidden room and ruined everything. In his final entry, written just hours before he died, he wrote, "Subject 147 discovered the archive. 8 years of work compromised. Must begin again with new subject. Must be more careful. Must choose better. They're always watching. I have to watch them first." Subject 147. That was me. I wasn't a person to him. I was just a number. The detective said they think the stress of being discovered triggered his heart attack. So, in a way, I killed him. Not directly, but I caused the chain of events that led to his death. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not going back to Portland. I got a job here in California. Yeah, something remote, so I can work from home. I'm living with my mom for now while I save up for my own place. I still check over my shoulder. I still worry about cameras and people paying too much attention. But slowly, I'm starting to feel normal again. Except for one thing. Last week, I got a package. No return address. Inside was a USB drive with a note. Marcus's backup files. Thought you should have them. He would have wanted you to continue his work. Someone needs to watch. I haven't plugged in the USB drive. I'm too afraid of what I'll find on it. But it's sitting on my desk right now, and every day I get a little more curious. What if there's something important on there? What if there are things about me I should know? What if there are other victims who need to be warned? Or what if it's exactly what it sounds like? An invitation to become the next Marcus. To start watching people, documenting them, collecting their information. I haven't decided what to do with it yet, but I think about it all the time. And sometimes, late at night, when I can't sleep, I wonder if Marcus was right. If the only way to feel safe in a world where everyone is watching is to watch them back. I wonder if that makes me crazy, or if it just makes me aware. The USB drive is still sitting on my desk. I still haven't looked at what's on it, but I will. Eventually, I will, because I need to know. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a high-paying job, watching over a warehouse of recovered deep-sea salvage, but the things inside the pressure tanks are beginning to wake up. I am writing this on a laptop that I stole from an internet cafe 3 towns over. I can't go back to my apartment. I can't go back to my car. I can't even go near a bathtub or a sink without having a panic attack. My skin feels tight, like it's being squeezed by invisible hands, and my ears won't stop popping. Pop, pop, pop. It sounds like bubble wrap snapping inside my skull. If you are in the Seattle area or anywhere near the coast and you see a job listing for Marine Preservation Security at the old shipyard in District 4, do not apply. I don't care if you're starving. I don't care if you have debts that are crushing you. The debt you will accrue in that warehouse is not financial. It is spiritual, and the interest rate is your sanity. My name is Mark. 2 weeks ago, I was a normal guy with bad luck. I had been laid off from my construction job due to a back injury. My unemployment benefits had run out, and my landlord was threatening to change the locks. I was desperate. I was browsing a physical job board at a community center because I couldn't afford data on my phone when I saw the flyer, Night Watchman, urgent hire, 35-hour, cash weekly, no experience needed, must not be claustrophobic. $35 an hour for a security gig was unheard of. I called the number immediately. A man answered. He sounded out of breath, like he had been running. "Can you start tonight?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "What's the address?" "Pier 19, Warehouse B. Come to the side door. Don't knock. Just flash your flashlight 3 times. I arrived at 9:00 p.m. The shipyard was a graveyard of rusted metal and rotting wood. Fog clung to the ground, thick and gray, smelling of salt and dead fish. Warehouse B was a massive corrugated metal structure that looked like a beached whale. It had no windows. I flashed my light. The heavy steel door creaked open. A man stepped out. He was wearing a yellow hazmat suit, the kind you see in movies about viral outbreaks. He had the hood down, revealing a face that was pale, sweaty, and twitching. "You Mark?" he asked. "Yeah. Why the suit?" "Humidity," he said. "It ruins your clothes. Come in." He led me inside. The moment the door closed, the sound of the city vanished. No seagulls, no traffic, just a low rhythmic thumping sound. Thump hiss, thump hiss. "Pumps," the man said. His name was Sterling. "They keep the pressure up. If the pumps stop, we die. Rule number 1. The warehouse was cavernous. It was filled with rows of massive cylindrical tanks. They were made of thick glass and reinforced steel, glowing with a faint, sickly green light. Each tank was hooked up to a network of pipes and hoses that ran along the ceiling like black intestines. "What is this place?" I asked. My voice echoed, sounding small and flat. "Salvage," Sterling said. He walked fast. "We recover things from the deep trenches, the Mariana, the Tonga, places sunlight hasn't touched in 1 billion years. We bring them up, but we have to keep them pressurized. If they depressurize too fast, they explode or change." He stopped at a small metal desk near the entrance. There was a bank of monitors, a coffee machine, and a red phone. "Your job is simple," Sterling said. "You sit here, you watch the monitors. You walk the floor once an hour. You check the gauges on the tanks. They need to stay between 8,000 and 10,000 psi. If a needle drops, you turn the valve to the right. If it spikes, you call me. But you won't need to call me. It's usually stable." "What's in the tanks?" I asked, looking at the nearest one. It was full of murky water. I could see shapes floating in it, jagged, dark shapes. Sterling looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. "Don't look too close," he whispered. "That's rule number 2. Never put your face against the glass. The glass is thick, but it's not a wall. It's a lens. It magnifies." He handed me a clipboard and a ring of keys. "One last thing," he said, putting his hand on the door handle. "You might hear knocking or tapping. It's just the pipes expanding, the metal contracts in the cold. It sounds like knuckles on glass. Ignore it. Do not tap back. Do you understand? Never tap back." "Okay," I said. "I got it." He left. The door slammed shut with a finality that made my stomach drop. I was alone. The first 3 nights were easy, boring even. The warehouse was cold. I drank bad coffee and read old magazines I found in the desk. The thumping of the pumps became white noise. Thump, hiss, thump, hiss. I did my rounds. I walked down the long aisles of glowing tanks. There were 40 tanks in total. Some were small, the size of a coffin. Others were huge, towering 20 feet high. The labels on them were cryptic. Tank 4, Recovered Mechanism, USS Cyclops. Tank 12, Biological Mass, Unknown Origin. Tank 29, Sediment Sample, Challenger, Deep. I followed rule number 2. I didn't look close. I just checked the PSI gauges, made a mark on my clipboard, and moved on. But on the 4th night, the atmosphere changed. It was raining outside. I could hear the rain hammering on the metal roof, a distant roar above the pumps. The air inside the warehouse felt heavier, thicker. It was hard to breathe, like the oxygen was being sucked out. I was doing my 2 a.m. round. I was in the back section, the darkest part of the warehouse, near Tank 35. Tank 35 was the biggest one. It was a massive sphere of steel and glass. The water inside was pitch black. The label simply read, "Do not disturb." As I walked past it, I slipped. The floor was wet. I caught myself on the railing. I looked down. A puddle of water had formed around the base of Tank 35. I shined my flashlight on the tank. The glass was sweating. Condensation was running down the sides in thick rivets. But it wasn't just water, it was oily. It smelled of sulfur and rotten kelp. I checked the PSI gauge. It was reading 12,000 PSI. It was in the red. Shit, I muttered. I grabbed the release valve wheel and tried to turn it left to lower the pressure. It wouldn't budge. It was rusted shut. Clang! A sound came from inside the tank. It sounded like a hammer hitting the metal wall from the inside. Clang! Clang! I froze. My hand hovered over the valve. Just the pipes, I whispered to myself. Just the metal expanding. Then a face pressed against the glass. I screamed and fell backward, dropping my flashlight. It rolled across the floor, the beam spinning wildly. I scrambled back to my feet and grabbed the light, shining it on the tank. There was nothing there, just the black water. I stood there panting, my heart hammering against my ribs. I knew what I saw. It wasn't human. It was pale, translucent white, like a jellyfish. It had no nose, just two slits. And its eyes were the size of dinner plates, completely black, reflecting nothing. It had looked at me. It had looked right at me with the curiosity that felt predatory. I ran back to the desk. I grabbed the red phone to call Sterling. "The number you have dialed is not in service," a robotic voice said. I tried again. Same message. I sat at the desk until sunrise, staring at the monitors. The camera feed for the back section, where Tank 35 was static. I should have quit then, but I needed the money. I reasoned with myself. It was a trick of the light. Sleep deprivation. A reflection of my own face distorted by the glass. I went back for night 5. That was the night the voices started. I was sitting at the desk at midnight. The silence was oppressive. Even the pumps seemed quieter, like they were holding their breath. Click, click, whistle. I looked around. Hello? Click, click, whistle. It was coming from the intercom system. The warehouse had an old PA system with speakers mounted on the ceiling. It was supposed to be off. I walked over to the main console and checked the dials. The PA was powered down. Whistle, click, mark. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like a dolphin mimicking human speech, high-pitched, wet, and stuttering. "Mark, are you wet?" I grabbed a microphone on the desk. "Who is this? This is private property." The voice laughed. It was a gurgling, bubbling sound. "Not private. We are all here." I slammed the mic down. I grabbed my round sheet. I needed to move. I needed to prove to myself that I was alone. I walked the floor. The lights were flickering. The green glow from the tanks seemed brighter, pulsing in time with the pumps. Thump, hiss, glow. Thump, hiss, glow. I reached Tank 12, biological mass. The water inside was usually cloudy. Tonight it was clear. Floating in the center of the tank was a diving suit. An old one, canvas and brass from the 1920s. The helmet was copper, tarnished green. It was suspended in the water, arms drifting aimlessly. I checked the gauge. 9,000 psi. Normal. I turned to leave. Tap, tap, tap. It came from the glass. I turned back slowly. The diving suit had moved. It had drifted forward. The copper helmet was now pressed against the glass right at my eye level. And inside the helmet, there was no face. There was a swarm. Thousands of tiny worm-like creatures were writhing inside the helmet, filling the glass visor. They churned and twisted, a mass of pink flesh and teeth, and then the glove of the suit raised up. It pointed at me. Tap, tap. It tapped the glass with a brass finger. I backed away. No, no, this isn't real. The worms inside the helmet moved. They pressed against the visor, forming a shape. They were forming letters. O-P-E-N. I ran. I sprinted back to the desk. I grabbed my keys. I was done. I didn't care about the cash. I ran to the heavy steel door. I grabbed the handle and pushed. It didn't move. I pushed harder. It was locked from the outside. I banged on the metal. Hey, let me out. Sterling, let me out. There was no answer. I tried the emergency exit at the back. I ran through the maze of tanks, trying not to look at them. I reached the back door. It was welded shut. Fresh weld marks scarred the metal. I was trapped, and the pressure was rising. I could feel it in my ears. Pop, pop. My nose started to bleed, a slow, steady drip of red onto the concrete floor. The pumps were speeding up. Thump, 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 thump. The gauges on the tanks were climbing. 11,000 psi, 12,000 psi, 15,000 psi. The glass began to groan, a high-pitched singing sound of stressed material. I ran back to the desk. I hid under it. I pulled my knees to my chest. Then the PA system crackled to life again. Mark, the water, warm. It was Sterling's voice this time, but it was wrong. It was slurred, distorted. Join us, Mark. The pressure makes us whole. I covered my ears. Shut up! Shut up! Then I heard the sound I had been dreading. Crack! It sounded like a gunshot. Then the sound of rushing water. Massive amounts of water. Tank 35 had breached. I peeked out from under the desk. A tidal wave of black water was rushing down the center aisle. It wasn't just water. It was thick, oily sludge. And it was carrying things. The other tanks were shattering in a chain reaction. Smash, smash, smash. Glass flew everywhere. From the wreckage of the tanks, shapes were rising. They weren't fish. They weren't monsters. They were amalgams. I saw a creature made of rusted gears and human bone. I saw a mass of kelp that walked on legs made of crab claws. I saw the diving suit from Tank 12, walking with the jerky puppet-like gait, the worm spilling out of the neck seal. They were coming toward the desk. The water hit me. It was freezing cold. It smelled of ancient rot. I climbed onto the desk. The diving suit reached the desk. It grabbed the edge with a brass hand. The metal crumpled like paper under its grip. I looked around for a weapon. The coffee pot. The stapler. Useless. Then I saw the vent. Directly above the desk, there was a large industrial ventilation fan. It was spinning slowly. I grabbed the office chair. I put it on the desk. I climbed up. The diving suit swung a heavy arm at me. It missed my ankle by an inch, shattering the computer monitor. I reached the vent. I pulled the grating loose. It fell with a clang. I pulled myself up. Something grabbed my boot. I looked down. The face from Tank 35, the pale jellyfish face, was right below me. It had pulled itself out of the black water. Its mouth was a perfect circle of needle teeth. It had latched onto my heel. I kicked. I screamed and kicked. The boot came loose. I scrambled into the ductwork. I crawled. I crawled through the dark, greasy metal tunnel. Below me, the warehouse was a cacophony of destruction, metal tearing, water rushing, and that terrible whistling speech. Come back, Mark. You have seen us. You belong to the deep. I crawled until I saw light. The vent emptied out onto the roof of the warehouse. I squeezed out and collapsed on the tar paper roof. The fog was thick. The city lights were distant. I rolled to the edge of the roof and climbed down the fire escape ladder. I hit the ground and ran. I ran to my car. I didn't have my keys. I had left them on the desk. I smashed the window with a rock. I hot-wired the ignition. Thank God for my delinquent youth. I drove until the gas tank was empty. I abandoned the car and stole a laptop. And now I am here. But it's not over, because as I sit here typing this, I can hear it. There is a fish tank in this internet cafe, a small decorative tank with a few goldfish. The water in the tank is vibrating. Thump, thump. The goldfish are acting strange. They are all swimming in a perfect circle, staring at me, and the pressure in the room is changing. My ears are popping again. My nose just started bleeding onto the keyboard. I think they can travel through the water, not just the ocean. Any water, the pipes, the sewers, the rain. It's starting to rain outside. I can hear the tapping on the window. Tap, tap, tap. It sounds like a brass finger on glass. I have to go. I have to find a desert, somewhere dry, somewhere with no pipes. If you read this, stay away from the deep. Stay away from the salvage. And if you hear your pipes knocking in the middle of the night, don't assume it's just the heat. Run, because the pressure is coming, and it wants to make you whole. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My carbon monoxide detector has been going off every night at 3 a.m. for the past week. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm sitting in my car in a grocery store parking lot at 4 in the morning because I'm too scared to go back inside my apartment. I know how insane this sounds, but I need to write everything down before I forget again. Let me start from the beginning. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building in Minneapolis. I've been here for 8 months. It's not fancy, but it's mine, and the rent is cheap. I work from home doing tech support, so I'm in the apartment pretty much all day, every day. About 2 weeks ago, I installed a carbon monoxide detector. I know I should have done it sooner, but I kept putting it off. My mom kept nagging me about it after her friend's husband died from a faulty furnace, so I finally ordered one on Amazon. It's one of those digital ones with a screen that shows the CO levels. I put it in the hallway between my bedroom and the living room, plugged it in, and forgot about it. Everything was fine for the first week. Then last Monday night, I woke up to the detector screaming. The alarm is loud, really loud, and it was going off right outside my bedroom. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:07 a.m. I stumbled out into the hallway and looked at the detector. The screen said 0 ppm, 0. No carbon monoxide detected, but it was still blaring. I unplugged it thinking maybe it was malfunctioning. The alarm stopped. I stood there in the dark hallway for a minute listening, but everything was quiet. I plugged it back in. It beeped once to show it was working, displayed 0 ppm, and stayed quiet. I went back to bed. The next night, same thing. 3 a.m. exactly, the alarm started screaming. I checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it, waited, plugged it back in. It stopped. I figured the detector was defective. I was going to return it, but I got busy with work and forgot. Wednesday night, 3 a.m., the alarm went off. Again. This time, I was annoyed enough that I actually got out of bed faster. I unplugged the detector and brought it into my bedroom so the alarm wouldn't wake me up if it went off again. I left it on my dresser, unplugged. I went back to sleep. At 3:47 a.m., I woke up to the alarm going off again. The detector was still on my dresser, still unplugged, but the screen was lit up and the alarm was blaring and the screen said, p.m. That's when I started to get scared. I took the batteries out. The detector is supposed to have a battery backup in case of power outages. I removed them completely, no power source at all. The alarm kept going. I stood there holding this dead detector in my hands while it screamed at me. The screen was still lit up, showing 0 ppm, even though there was no possible way it could be getting power. I threw it in my closet and shut the door. The alarm was muffled, but I could still hear it. I put a pillow over my head and eventually fell back asleep. In the morning, I opened the closet. The detector was silent, screen dark, completely dead. I looked at it for a long time. I thought about throwing it away, but part of me wanted to figure out what was happening. I posted about it on a tech support forum. People said it was probably a manufacturing defect, that sometimes electronics can hold a charge and do weird things. Someone suggested I get a replacement and also call my landlord to check the furnace. I called my landlord that afternoon. He said the furnace was inspected in September and everything was fine, but he'd send someone to check again. A maintenance guy came by on Friday. He spent 20 minutes looking at the furnace and the vents and said everything looked good. No leaks, no problems. I asked him if he'd ever heard of carbon monoxide detectors going off when they're not even plugged in. He looked at me weird and said, no. After he left, I took the detector out of my closet. I put the batteries back in and plugged it into the outlet in my living room far away from my bedroom. I wanted to see if it would go off again. Friday night, 3 a.m., it went off. I got up and checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it and took the batteries out again. It kept beeping for about 30 seconds, then stopped. Saturday, I bought a completely different detector from a different brand. I installed it in the hallway and put the old one in a drawer in my kitchen. Saturday night, 3 a.m., the new detector went off. I checked it. 0 ppm. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I could hear another alarm going off too, muffled from the kitchen. The old detector in the drawer was also going off. Both detectors, different brands, one with no power source, both going off at exactly 3 a.m., showing no carbon monoxide present. I sat on my couch with all the lights on until sunrise. I didn't go back to sleep. Sunday morning, I did some research. I looked up everything I could find about carbon monoxide detectors malfunctioning. The only thing that made sense was electromagnetic interference. Sometimes power lines or other electronics can cause false alarms, but that wouldn't explain the detector going off with no power. I also looked up stories about carbon monoxide poisoning. The symptoms are headache, dizziness, confusion, nausea. One thing that kept coming up in the articles was that CO poisoning can cause memory problems and hallucinations. I started to think, what if there really is carbon monoxide in my apartment? What if the detectors are malfunctioning and not showing the real levels? What if I'm slowly being poisoned, and that's why I'm seeing impossible things like unplugged detectors turning on? Sunday afternoon, I bought a third detector, a professional grade one that cost $200. The reviews said it was the most accurate on the market. I also bought a pack of those disposable CO badges that change color if they detect gas. I put badges in every room. I installed the new detector. I opened all my windows, even though it was freezing outside. Sunday night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up watching the Detector. At 2:55 a.m., I was staring right at it. At exactly 3 a.m., all three detectors started going off. The new one in the hallway, the one in the living room, and the one in the kitchen drawer. All of them, simultaneously, all of them showing 0 ppm. I checked the CO badges. None of them had changed color. No carbon monoxide. The alarms kept going for about 5 minutes. Then they all stopped at the same time. Just stopped, mid-beep. Total silence. I sat on my couch in the dark, shaking. That's when I noticed something. My laptop was open on the coffee table. I always close it before bed. But it was open, and the screen was on. And there was a document open in Word. I didn't remember opening a document. I walked over and looked at the screen. There was text. Pages and pages of text. I started reading it. It was a journal, my journal, entries going back months. But I don't keep a journal. I've never kept a journal. The entries were about my daily life. What I ate, what I watched on TV, who I talked to. Mundane stuff. But written in detail like someone was documenting everything I did. I scrolled down. The entries got weirder. They started talking about hearing noises at night, about feeling watched, about losing time and finding things moved around the apartment. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember writing any of this. The last entry was from Sunday night, a few hours ago. It said, "The alarms went off again at 3 a.m., all three of them. I'm starting to understand what's happening. I'm starting to remember. I don't think I'm alone in this apartment. I don't think I've ever been alone here." My hands were shaking so badly I could barely scroll. I kept reading. I found the photos today. They were in a folder on my desktop labeled "Do Not Open." I don't remember creating that folder. I opened it anyway. There were pictures of me sleeping. Hundreds of them, taken from different angles in my bedroom, some from last week, some from last night. Someone has been in my room while I'm sleeping, taking pictures. I immediately opened my desktop folders. There it was. A folder labeled "Do Not Open." I clicked on it. Photos. So many photos. All of me. Sleeping in my bed, sitting at my desk, cooking in the kitchen, watching TV. Some were taken from inside my apartment, from angles that shouldn't be possible unless someone was standing right next to me. Others were taken through my window from outside, from the building across the street. There were photos from tonight, from an hour ago. Me sitting on the couch with all the lights on, holding my phone. Someone was watching me right now. I ran to the window and looked out. The building across the street was dark, but I could see one window with a faint light. 3rd floor, directly across from my apartment. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I told them someone was stalking me, that someone had been in my apartment taking pictures. They said they'd send an officer. While I waited, I kept reading the journal. The entries got more disturbing. I think I'm losing time. I'll be working and then suddenly it's hours later and I don't remember what happened. I found a video on my phone today. I don't remember recording it. It's 47 minutes of me just sitting at my desk, staring at the wall, not moving, just sitting there. I watched the whole thing. I never blinked. Not once in 47 minutes. I checked my phone. I found the video. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch myself sitting there like that. The detectives are trying to warn me. The 3 a.m. alarms, that's when they come into my apartment. That's when I'm most vulnerable, in the deepest part of sleep. The detectors can sense them, even if they can't detect carbon monoxide. They're sensing something else. No, no, that was crazy. That didn't make any sense. But what did make sense? Detectors going off with no power. Detectors going off with no gas present. Photos of me that I didn't take. A journal I didn't write. The police arrived around 4:30 a.m. 2 officers. I showed them everything. The detectives, the photos, the journal. They looked at each other with expressions I couldn't read. They searched my apartment. They checked the closets, under the bed, the bathroom. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no signs that anyone had been there besides me. They asked if anyone else had a key to my apartment. No, just me and the landlord. They asked if I'd been feeling okay, if I'd been stressed, if I was taking any medications. I said no. I said I was fine, but I could tell they didn't believe me. One of the officers took my laptop to look at the photos more carefully. He opened the folder. It was empty. All the photos were gone, deleted in the last 10 minutes, according to the file properties. "Is this some kind of prank?" he asked. "No, I swear they were just there, hundreds of photos." They looked at each other again. The other officer found my journal document still open in Word. He started reading it out loud. But it wasn't the same. The entries were different now. Normal entries about normal things. Nothing about being watched or losing time. Nothing about photos. "This seems like a pretty standard journal," he said. "That's not what it said before. It was talking about someone being in my apartment." They asked if I'd been drinking or using drugs. I said no. They asked if I'd considered talking to someone, maybe a therapist. They gave me a card for a crisis hotline. They left around 5 a.m. They said to call if anything else happened, but I could tell they thought I was having some kind of breakdown. After they left, I checked my laptop again. The journal was still open. I read through it again, just to make sure I wasn't crazy. It was different. It had been changed. Someone had changed it while the police were here. I checked the folder of photos. Still empty, but the deleted files, I could recover those. I downloaded a recovery program and started scanning my hard drive. It found fragments, pieces of the photos that had been deleted. Not enough to see full images, but enough to see parts. A piece of my bedroom, a corner of my face, a timestamp showing they were taken last night. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had taken these photos. And then they deleted the evidence while the police were here, which meant they were either still in my apartment somewhere or they had remote access to my computer. I slammed my laptop shut. I grabbed my phone, my wallet, and my keys. I left the apartment and went to my car. That's where I am now. It's 6 a.m. The sun is starting to come up. I've been sitting here trying to make sense of everything. I keep coming back to the carbon monoxide detectors. Why 3 a.m.? Why do they all go off at exactly 3 a.m. showing 0 ppm? I looked it up. 3 a.m. is called the witching hour. But that's just superstition. But it's also the time when your body is in the deepest sleep, when your REM cycle is at its peak. It's when you're most vulnerable to sleepwalking, night terrors, sleep paralysis. What if I'm doing this to myself? What if I'm sleepwalking and taking photos of myself and writing in the journal and I don't remember it? What if the carbon monoxide detectors are going off because I'm somehow triggering them in my sleep? But that doesn't explain how the detector went off with no power. That doesn't explain the photos taken from outside my window. Unless I'm not sleepwalking. Unless there's something else wrong with me. I called my mom. It's early, but she always wakes up at 5:30. I told her everything. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. "Honey," she said carefully, "I think you need to see a doctor." "I'm not crazy." "I didn't say you were crazy, but what you're describing, the memory problems, the lost time, finding things you don't remember, creating, those could be symptoms of something medical, a brain tumor or seizures or even just extreme stress. What about the detectors? What about them going off with no power?" She didn't have an answer for that. I told her I was going to get a hotel room for a few days just until I figured things out. She said that was a good idea. She asked me to promise I'd see a doctor. I promised. I'm about to drive to a hotel. But I needed to write all this down first, while I still remember it clearly, because I'm starting to worry that I'll forget again, that whatever is happening to me will make me forget, like it's made me forget before. If you're reading this and I've forgotten, here's what you need to know. 1. The carbon monoxide detectors go off at 3 a.m. every night. 2. There are photos on my computer that I didn't take. 3. There's a journal on my computer that I didn't write. 4. Someone has been in my apartment while I sleep. 5. I'm losing time and I don't know what I'm doing. During those gaps, I'm going to the hotel now. I'll update when I can. Update. 2 p.m. Same day. I checked into a hotel around 7 a.m. and immediately fell asleep. I woke up at noon feeling better, more clear-headed. I decided to look at my phone. I had a dozen texts from my landlord. The first one was from 8 a.m. "Your neighbor below you called. She said your alarm has been going off all morning. Please turn it off." The rest were increasingly angry messages about the noise and threatening to enter my apartment if I didn't respond. I called him. "I'm not in the apartment. I've been at a hotel since 6 a.m. "Well, something is making noise in there. I'm going in." I told him to go ahead. I wanted him to check anyway to see if anyone was in there. He called me back 20 minutes later. I went in. Your carbon monoxide detectors were all going off. I unplugged them. You really need to get those checked out. They're defective. Was anyone else in the apartment? What? No, it's empty. Why would someone be in your apartment? I explained about the photos and the journal. He was silent for a long time. Look, he said finally, I don't want to overstep, but have you been feeling okay? Like mentally okay? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine. Can you just check the windows? Make sure they're all locked from the inside? He checked, all locked, no signs anyone had broken in. After we hung up, I opened my laptop. I wanted to look at the journal again to see if it had changed again. The document was gone, completely gone. Not in my recent files, not anywhere on my computer. I searched for it, nothing. I checked my browser history to see what I'd been looking at last night. The history had been cleared, all of it, wiped completely. Then I noticed my webcam light was on, the little green light that shows when the camera is active. I haven't used my webcam in months. I opened my webcam software. It was recording. It had been recording since I opened my laptop at the hotel. recording me sitting here reading, typing. I checked the saved videos folder. There were hours of footage, days of footage, videos of me in my apartment, working, sleeping, walking around. The timestamps went back weeks. My webcam had been recording me this entire time without my knowledge. I slammed the laptop shut and covered the webcam with tape. My heart was racing. Someone had accessed my computer remotely and turned on my webcam. They'd been watching me for weeks, maybe months. I called the police again. This time I told them about the webcam, about the remote access, about someone hacking my computer. They said they'd send someone from their cyber crimes unit. While I waited, I did something I should have done days ago. I called my doctor and made an emergency appointment because my mom was right. Even if someone is stalking me and hacking my computer, the memory loss and lost time isn't normal. Something is wrong with me medically. The appointment is tomorrow morning. The cyber crimes detective showed up at my hotel around 3 p.m. She took my laptop to examine it. She said if someone really was accessing it remotely, they'd be able to find evidence. She asked me the same questions everyone asks. Have I been feeling stressed? Any medications? Any history of mental illness? I told her no, but I'm seeing a doctor tomorrow, just to rule things out. She said that was smart. She also said something that scared me. She said that in cases like this, where someone has access to your computer, they can also have access to your phone. They can track your location, read your messages, even listen through your microphone. I'm writing this update on a public library computer because I'm too afraid to use my phone anymore. I don't know who's watching me or why. I don't know what's real and what I'm imagining. I don't know if I'm sick or being stalked or both. All I know is that I can't go back to that apartment. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Final update. 1 week later. I'm writing this from my mom's house in Wisconsin. I left Minneapolis 4 days ago, and I'm not going back. The doctor's appointment revealed something I wasn't expecting. I have a brain tumor. It's small, benign, located in my temporal lobe. The neurologist said it's been there for a while, probably years, slowly growing. It's in a location that can cause memory problems, hallucinations, seizures, and something called confabulation, where your brain creates false memories to fill in gaps. The tumor explains a lot. The lost time, the confusion, finding things I didn't remember creating. It's possible I was doing things in a fugue state and not remembering them afterward. The cybercrimes detective called me yesterday. They analyzed my laptop. There was no evidence of remote access, no malware, no spyware, no indication that anyone had hacked into my computer. The webcam recordings were all started manually. By me. I just didn't remember doing it. The photos that I thought were of me sleeping, they analyzed the metadata, all taken by my phone, from angles consistent with me setting up the phone and taking the photos myself. The journal entries, the writing style matched samples of my other writing. It was me. I wrote all of it. I don't remember any of it, but apparently I did it all myself. The landlord checked my apartment again with police present. No signs anyone else had been there. No cameras, no listening devices, nothing. He checked the building across the street, too. The window I thought I saw a light in. That apartment has been vacant for 3 months. The carbon monoxide detectors, the landlord took them all to be tested by a professional. They're working perfectly, no defects. He installed new ones, and they haven't gone off since I left. The police think I was triggering them myself. In my fugue states, I was unplugging them, removing batteries, moving them around. That's why they seem to be going off with no power. I was the one making them go off manually and then not remembering it. 3 a.m. was probably when I was sleepwalking or having seizures related to the tumor. Everything has a rational explanation. Everything was me. I'm scheduled for surgery next month to remove the tumor. The doctors say that once it's gone, the symptoms should stop. The memory problems, the hallucinations, all of it. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. I got mail forwarded from my Minneapolis apartment yesterday. In with the bills and junk mail was a large manila envelope, no return address. Inside was a note and a USB drive. The note said, "You were right to leave. I'm sorry I scared you. I was only trying to warn you." I plugged the USB drive into my mom's laptop after she ran every security scan known to man. On the drive was a single video file. It was security camera footage from the hallway outside my apartment. Time-stamped from 2 weeks ago, the night the detectors started going off. The footage shows my apartment door. For hours, nothing happens. Then at 2:55 a.m., someone walks up to my door. They're wearing dark clothes, and their face is covered. They stand outside my door for a few minutes, just standing there. Then they pull out a key and unlock my door. They go inside. They're in there for exactly 12 minutes. Then they come back out, lock the door behind them, and walk away. This happens every night for a week on the footage, always between 2:55 and 3:15 a.m., always the same person, always with a key. I showed the footage to the police. They contacted my landlord. He swears only he and I have keys to that apartment. He changed the locks when I moved in. There are no other copies. But someone had a key. Someone was coming into my apartment every night, and I was so deep in tumor-induced sleep that I never woke up. The police are investigating. They're pulling more security footage from the building. They're interviewing neighbors. They think it might be a maintenance worker or previous tenant who kept a copy of the old key before the locks were changed, or maybe it's someone else entirely. The tumor surgery is in 3 weeks. After that, maybe I'll remember. Maybe my brain will work properly, and I'll be able to piece together what was real and what I imagined. But I keep thinking about that note. I was only trying to warn you. Warn me about what? About myself and what I was doing in my fugue states? About the person who was breaking into my apartment? About something else entirely? I don't know. And the scariest part is that I might never know, because even after they remove the tumor, even after my memory comes back, I'll never be sure what was real. I'll never know which parts were my sick brain creating false memories and which parts actually happened. Was there really someone in my apartment? Or did I create that memory to explain the missing time? Were the carbon monoxide detectors really going off? Or did I just think they were? Was someone watching me? Or was I watching myself and forgetting it? I can't trust my own memories anymore. I can't trust my own brain. And that's scarier than any stalker could ever be. The one thing I know for certain is this: I'm never going back to that apartment. Whatever was happening there, whether it was all in my head or whether someone really was coming into my home every night while I slept, I can't live with that uncertainty. My mom says I can stay here as long as I need to. after the surgery, I'll figure out what comes next. But right now, I'm just trying to hold on to what's real. Trying to trust that the doctors know what they're doing. Trying to believe that once the tumor is gone, I'll be myself again. If I ever really knew who that was. If you're reading this and you're experiencing anything similar, memory loss, lost time, finding things you don't remember creating, please see a doctor. Don't do what I did and let it go on for months. Get help immediately, because you might have a tumor, or you might have someone breaking into your home every night, or both, and you won't know which until it's too late. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Chernobyl's Unquiet Ashes, the night Lyudmila Ignatenko fed me borscht in the house of clicking counters. The bus dropped me at the Detector checkpoint just after dawn, the tires crunching over the same cracked asphalt that had carried fire trucks, ambulances, and fleeing families 38 years ago. My dosimeter, clipped to my jacket pocket, already registered 0.0 USVH. Background radiation, the guide had called it. Harmless. I adjusted the respirator on my face, the rubber seal pressing uncomfortably against my cheeks, and shouldered my backpack. Inside, extra batteries, iodine tablets, a Geiger counter I'd bought online for $89.99, and a digital camera worth more than my apartment. I was here to document the silence, to capture the way nature had swallowed a city whole. What I hadn't told the tour group was that I'd bribed a bored security guard with a carton of Marlboros to let me stay behind after they left. 8 hours alone in Pripyat. 8 hours to find the places the tourists never saw. The bus rumbled away, leaving me standing in a cloud of diesel fumes and dust that glittered like powdered glass in the weak morning sun. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a thick, muffled silence broken only by the distant cry of a hawk and the rustle of birch leaves. I walked down Lenina Street, past skeletal apartment blocks with blown-out windows like empty eye sockets. Vines snaked up crumbling fire escapes. A child's red tricycle lay overturned near a rusted ladder, half buried in moss. My boots crunched on broken glass and something else, fine gray ash that clung to my soles. Fuel-containing material, the guide had called it, corium, the lava of a melted nuclear heart. I kept my eyes on the dosimeter. 0.25 USVAH near the kindergarten. 0.31 near the swimming pool. Still safe. Barely. I found a hospital last. It wasn't on any tourist map. A hulking concrete relic on the outskirts of town. Its entrance partially collapsed. The emergency doors bent inward, as if something enormous had forced its way out. The air here tasted different, sharp, metallic, like licking a battery. My dosimeter jumped to 1.8 USVH. I hesitated. This was where they'd brought the first responders, the firefighters. Men who'd walked into a burning reactor core thinking it was an electrical fire, their skin already blistering, their lungs filling with radioactive steam. Their boots had been dumped in the basement, the guide had whispered, along with their clothes. All still too hot to touch, I pushed through the rubble-strewn foyer. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light spearing through the shattered roof. The walls were stained with water damage and something darker, long rust-colored streaks that looked like old blood. I descended the stairs to the basement, my headlamp cutting a shaky beam through the gloom. The air grew colder, damper. The smell hit me first. Mildew, yes, but beneath it, the sweet, cloying reek of decay, and underneath that, the ozone tank of radiation. My dosimeter spiked to 4.7 USVH. I should have turned back, but my camera felt heavy in my hands. One shot, I told myself. One shot of the boots. The basement was a tomb. Water dripped steadily from pipes overhead, echoing like a slow heartbeat. My headlamp beam swept across overturned gurneys, shattered glass vials, and then, there, piled in a corner like discarded firewood, a heap of heavy rubber boots. Firefighter boots. They were coated in a thick gray sludge that seemed to glitter faintly in the light. My Geiger counter, clipped to my belt, began clicking, softly at first, then faster. Click, 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 a warning. I raised my camera, framing the boots in the viewfinder. As I pressed the shutter, the flash exploded in the darkness, a blinding white burst that illuminated the entire room for a fraction of a second. In that flash, I saw her, standing behind the boots, pale as bone, was a woman. She wore a faded blue dress spattered with dark stains. Her hair was matted, her face gaunt, shadows pooling in the hollows of her eyes. But it was her hands that froze my blood, clenched tight around a small, soot-streaked teddy bear. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring down at the boots, her lips moving silently. The flash died. Darkness swallowed her. The Geiger counter screamed a frantic, insectile whine. My dosimeter read 12.3 USVH. I stumbled back, crashing into a metal cabinet. Vials shattered on the floor. The clicking intensified, merging into a continuous, shrieking buzz. Sasha? Her voice was a dry rasp, like pages turning in a ruined book. It came from everywhere and nowhere. Sasha, you're late. The doctor said you'd be home by supper. I fumbled for the door, my breath ragged inside the respirator. The beam of my headlamp jerked wildly across the walls. For a second, I saw her reflection in a puddle of standing water. A woman holding a child's hand, walking toward the reactor's glow. But when I looked up, the basement was empty, except for the boots. The Geiger counter's scream dropped to a low, ominous hum. 8.1 USVH. I backed up the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. At the top, I yanked off the respirator, gasping the relatively cleaner air of the ruined foyer. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the camera. It clattered on the concrete. As I bent to grab it, my dosimeter caught on a rusted pipe. The plastic casing cracked. The display went dark. I left the broken dosimeter behind. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the overgrown courtyard of the Azure swimming pool, where, according to local guides, children had played in the water while radioactive dust snowed down on them from the sky. I collapsed on a crumbling bench, sweat stinging my eyes, the taste of copper thick on my tongue. Radiation sickness, a cold voice whispered in my head. Nausea, fatigue, metallic taste. I dry heaved into the weeds, but nothing came up. My camera, I still had my camera. I powered it on, scrolling frantically through the shots. The boots, the empty corner, the boots again. No woman, no teddy bear, just shadows and dust. Relief washed over me so profound it made me dizzy. Hallucination, stress, the radiation messing with my head. I deleted the photos from the basement, my thumb trembling on the button. I spent the next few hours wandering the abandoned amusement park. The Ferris wheel stood frozen against the sky, its gondolas hanging like rotten fruit. The bumper cars were rusted skeletons. My Geiger counter stayed silent, register in only .15 USVH, normal background. I took photos. The skeletal swing set draped in ivy, a gas mask half buried in dandelions, the faded mural of smiling children on the kindergarten wall. I was beginning to believe the basement had been a nightmare, a bad dream, born of fear and too much history. Dusk was falling when I found the kindergarten. Not the tourist one with the dolls and tiny chairs, but a smaller, overgrown building on the edge of the red forest. Its windows were boarded, but the front door hung open, swaying slightly in the breeze. The Geiger counter remained quiet. Turbo Model 18 USVH. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Wet plaster, mold, and beneath it, that same metallic tang from the hospital basement. But overlaying it was something else. The faint, sweet scent of lavender. Sunlight slanted through broken roof tiles, illuminating dust motes dancing above rows of tiny overturned chairs. Crayon drawings still clung to the walls, stick figure families under yellow suns, a crude blue river, labeled Dnipro. I moved deeper into the building, past a play kitchen with miniature pots coated in gray dust. In a corner classroom, a single intact doll sat propped against the wall. Its glass eyes stared blankly ahead. I raised my camera. As the shutter clicked, the temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the headlamp beam. The Geiger counter on my belt erupted, not a whine, but a sustained, deafening shriek. 15.6 USVH. I spun around, headlamp beam cutting through the sudden gloom. The door I'd entered through was gone. In its place was a solid brick wall covered in peeling wallpaper printed with faded cartoon rabbits. The lavender scent intensified, mixed now with the smell of burnt hair. "You took his photo," the voice whispered. It came from the corner where the doll sat. But the doll was gone. In its place stood the woman from the basement. Her blue dress was cleaner now, but her arms were streaked with soot. The teddy bear was tucked under one arm. Her eyes weren't hollow anymore. They were wide, terrified. They won't let him rest. They keep taking his photo, his picture. It hurts him. She took a step forward. Her bare feet made no sound on the dusty floorboards. Sasha only wanted to save the children. He ran toward the fire, toward the light. They said it was bright, beautiful. A tear traced a clean line through the grime on her cheek. But it wasn't light. It was hunger. It ate him alive, and now they won't let him sleep. I backed away, my heel crunching on broken glass. "I'm sorry," I choked out, the words muffled by the respirator I'd yanked back on. "I didn't know. I'll delete them, all of them." She tilted her head, a childlike gesture that made my stomach clench. Delete? She didn't understand the word. Like when they erased his name from the memorial wall? Like when they buried him in Lyd? She took another step. The Geiger counter's shriek deepened, vibrating against my hip. "You carry his ash on your shoes. I smell it. I smell him. You're late, my love. The soup is cold." She reached out a hand, not skeletal, but real, flesh and blood, yet glowing faintly in the darkness with a soft, sickly green luminescence. "Come home. The little one cries for you." I couldn't move. Her eyes held mine, and in them I didn't see a ghost. I saw Lyudmila Ignatenko, the wife of firefighter Vasily Ignatenko, who died screaming after 3 weeks in a Moscow hospital. His body so radioactive they buried him encased in zinc and concrete. I'd read her memoir, Voices from Chernobyl. She'd described holding his hand as his skin peeled off like paper. She described bribing nurses to let her sit with him long after visitors were banned. She described a state sealing his file, erasing his sacrifice. This wasn't a spirit. This was grief made manifest. Grief that refused to be buried. Grief that clung to the dust, the ash, the very air of this place. "I'm not Sasha," I whispered. Her hand froze inches from my face. The green glow flickered. Confusion clouded her eyes. "No?" She sniffed the air. "You smell of his boots, of the fire, of the waiting room." She lowered her hand slowly. "But you are not my Sashenka." A sob racked her thin frame. "Then who will hold my hand when they take me? Who will tell them I was not afraid?" The brick wall behind her shimmered. For a second I saw the real door, the splintered wood, the overgrown courtyard beyond. "Lyudmila," I said, the name tearing from my throat before I could stop it. "Your Sasha was brave. Everyone knows. Everyone remembers." Her head snapped up. "Lies." The word was a hiss. The temperature dropped further. Frost bloomed across the windows. The Geiger counter hit 28.4 USVH, a lethal dose in minutes. They buried his file. They buried me in a new apartment far from home. They said, "Be quiet, widow. Your tears are inconvenient." She clutched the teddy bear tighter. "He promised he'd come back for Masha's 5th birthday. He promised." Masha, her daughter, the one who died of thyroid cancer at 16, the one Lyudmila had held as she took her last breath, whispering, "Forgive me, I should have run faster. I did the only thing I could think of." I pulled a camera from my bag, not to take a photo. I held it out to her, screen glowing in the dark. On it was the last shot I'd taken, the doll in the corner. "Look," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "This is Masha's doll, from the classroom. She left it behind when she ran, but it's still here, waiting, just like you're waiting for Sasha." Lyudmila stared at the screen. Her glowing hand hovered over the image. "Mashenka's bear," she whispered. She called it Grisha. "This is Grisha," I said gently, pointing to the teddy bear tucked under her arm. "That is Anya, her best friend." I tapped the screen. Anya waited, just like you wait. But Masha didn't forget her. She carried her in her heart. A sound escaped Lyudmila, not a sob, but a soft, broken breath. The green glow around her dimmed. The frost on the windows began to melt. The Geiger counter's shriek softened to a low click. Click, 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 5.2 USVH. "Mashenka," she whispered. "She never cried when they took Sasha away. She was so brave, like her papa." "She remembers him," I said. "Everyone does. That's why I came. To show the world, to show them what happened, to remember Sasha, to remember you." Lyudmila looked down at Grisha, then at the image of Anya on my screen. A tear fell, sizzling faintly where it hit the dusty floorboards. "They erased his file," she repeated, but the anger was gone. Only exhaustion remained. "They said his sacrifice was classified, that I must be silent." "No one erases love," I said. The words felt hollow, inadequate, but they were all I had. "Not really. It stays, in the dust, in the ash, in the stories." I wiped my own eyes with a gloved hand. "I'll tell your story. I'll tell Sasha's story, I promise." She studied me for a long moment. The green luminescence faded completely. She looked like an ordinary woman now, tired, heartbroken, but human. "You carry his ash," she said softly. Wash your boots before you leave. The children play in this forest now. Let them have clean earth. She turned toward the shimmering brick wall. It dissolved as she walked through it, revealing the twilight courtyard. Go now, she said without looking back. The gates close at 8, and the soldiers do not like latecomers. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the Detector checkpoint, my lungs burning, my boots heavy with radioactive mud. The guard barely glanced at my passport before waving me through. In the decontamination shower at the exit station, I scrubbed my skin raw, watching gray water swirl down the drain. They scanned me twice. Slightly elevated, the technician muttered, frowning at his screen. Nothing dangerous, probably just dust. He handed me a certificate listing my exposure, 18.7 millisieverts. Twice, the annual limit for nuclear workers. I didn't care. I was alive. I flew home that night. Developed the photos in a dark room I rented by the hour. The shots from the basement were all corrupted, static, streaks of green light, shadows that didn't match the architecture. I deleted them. The kindergarten photos were pristine. The doll, the crayon drawings, the swing set in the overgrown park. I kept only one image from the basement, a close-up of the firefighter boots, half submerged in gray sludge. In the corner of the frame, just visible in the flash's edge, was a small gloved handprint on the wall, not mine. I wrote Lyudmila's story. I wrote Sasha's story. I wrote about Masha. I submitted it to journals, to publishers, to online forums. Every rejection letter cited the same reason. Too speculative, not scientifically rigorous. Chernobyl is a tragedy, not a ghost story. The photos were dismissed as atmospheric but unverified. I stopped trying to publish. I kept the photos in a box under my bed. 3 months after I returned, the nausea started. A persistent metallic taste. Fatigue that sleep couldn't cure. My doctor ran tests, blood work, scans. Unexplained cytopenia, he said, frowning at the results. Low platelets, low white count. Could be viral, could be stress. He didn't mention radiation, but when I showed him the certificate from the checkpoint, his face tightened. 18 millisieverts is high, he admitted, but not this high. Your levels, they're consistent with acute exposure, months ago, not a single visit. I didn't correct him. I knew when the exposure happened. It wasn't in the basement. It was when Lyudmila's glowing hand had hovered near my face, when her tears had sizzled on the floor. The nightmares began soon after, not of radiation burns or melting skin, of a small apartment in Salvage, a pot of borscht simmering on a stove, a woman in a blue dress humming a lullaby while a little girl with dark braids plays with a teddy bear on a worn rug. The doorbell rings. The woman smiles, wiping her hands on an apron. "Sasha, you're home early." She opens the door, but no one is there, only cold wind. She calls his name into the empty hall. Sashenka. The lullaby starts again, but it's coming from the empty street, from the dead trees, from the dust on my boots. Last Tuesday, I found a single tiny shoe on my doorstep, a child's red sneaker caked in gray mud. I'd never seen it before. I left it there. The next morning, it was gone, but on my windowsill, drawn in the condensation, were 3 words: "Wash your boots." I bought a new pair of boots, heavy, rubber-soled work boots. I left them on the porch. That night, I heard scratching at the door, not loud, persistent, like small fingers dragging through dirt. I pressed my ear to the wood. Beneath the scratching was a whisper, not Lyudmila's voice, a child's voice. "Anya's cold," it said. "Grisha's scared. Will you play with us?" I haven't slept in my bed since. I sleep on the couch, the lights on, the door locked with 3 deadbolts. My Geiger counter sits on the coffee table. It hasn't clicked once, but my skin itches. My gums bleed when I brush my teeth. And every night, just after midnight, the scratching starts again. Softer now, patient, accompanied by the faint, sweet scent of lavender. This morning, I found a crayon drawing tucked under my windshield wiper, a crude picture of a family. A tall man with a firefighter's helmet, a woman in a blue dress, a little girl holding a teddy bear, and a fourth figure, a stick man with a camera, all standing under a bright yellow sun. In the corner, written in shaky Cyrillic letters, "Sasha says thank you." I keep the drawing on my dashboard. I drive with the windows down, letting the wind blow through the car. I no longer check the Geiger counter. I know what it would show. The ash isn't just in Pripyat. It's in my lungs, in my blood, in the marrow of my bones. Lyudmila was right. You can't wash it off. It's part of you now. Last night, the scratching stopped. Instead, a soft tapping on the glass. I didn't look. I knew what I'd see. Small hands pressed against the window, pale faces peering in, waiting. I turned off the lights, sat in the dark. The tapping continued, gentle, insistent. "We're here," the child's voice whispered through the glass. "We brought Borscht." I unlocked the door. The house is quiet now. The lights are off. But on the kitchen table, 2 bowls of steaming borscht sit under a chipped blue plate. Beside them, a single rain-dampened gas mask. I haven't eaten it, but I haven't thrown it out. The Geiger counter on the counter clicks softly, steadily, like a heartbeat. They're not ghosts. Not really. They're the ones who stayed, the ones who loved too hard to leave. And they've decided I'm not leaving either. The dosimeter on my wrist glows faintly in the dark, 28.4 USVH and climbing. But the borscht smells like home. Lyudmila hums in the other room, a lullaby I almost remember. Masha's laughter bubbles up from the hallway. "Papa!" she calls. "Look, he washed his boots." I pick up the spoon. My hands don't shake anymore. The radiation has settled into my bones like old grief. It doesn't hurt, not yet. Outside, the wind carries the scent of pine from the red forest. Inside, the house is warm, full. I take a bite of borscht. It tastes of beets and earth and something sweet, something like forgiveness. The Geiger counter clicks faster. Click, click, click. A rhythm, a welcome. I finish the bowl. I'll wash it later. For now, I just listen to the hum, the laughter, the soft padding of bare feet on the floorboards, waiting for the knock on the door, waiting for Sasha to come home. The ash is in my teeth. The cold is in my blood. But for the first time since I left Pripyat, I am not alone. I am not afraid. The house is full of ghosts, and they are so hungry for company. I set the empty bowl down. "More?" Lyudmila asks from the doorway, her eyes glowing faintly green in the dark. I nod. "Yes," I say. "Please, I'm starved." The counter clicks its agreement. Click, click, click. Outside, the first snow begins to fall, gray flakes, warm as tears, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I answered a late-night room rental ad that I still can't forget. I wasn't looking for something permanent. That's important. If I had been trying to settle, I might have been more careful. But I only needed a place for a month, maybe 2. Somewhere cheap, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could sleep. I had just started a night shift job at a warehouse on the edge of the city. The pay was decent, but the hours were brutal, and most landlords didn't like the idea of someone coming and going at odd times. Hotels were too expensive, friends' couches were already worn thin, so I searched online, scrolling through local listings at 3 in the morning, eyes dry, brain half off. That's when I saw the post. No photos, no description really. Room for rent, private, quiet house, close to transit, cheap, call only. It had been reposted several times over the past few weeks. No comments, no replies underneath. That should have bothered me more than it did. I called. The man answered after the second ring. His voice was calm, steady, and oddly awake for the hour. "Yes," he said before I could speak. "The room is still available." We set a time for me to come by later that day. He gave me the address. Before hanging up, he said something that stuck with me. "I don't usually rent to night workers," he said, "but you might be a good fit." I didn't ask what he meant. The house was in an older part of the city, one of those neighborhoods that used to be nice and then got forgotten instead of ruined. Tall trees, narrow streets, homes built close together, each one slightly different, like they were designed by memory instead of plans. The house itself was tall and narrow, with dark siding and a porch that leaned just a little to the left. Nothing was broken, nothing was boarded up. It just felt off, like it was holding its breath. The man opened the door before I knocked. Up close, he looked older than I expected. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. Gray hair combed neatly back, clean clothes, no smell of smoke or alcohol. His eyes were alert, but tired. "You're right on time," he said. Inside the house was very quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like sound. Didn't like being there. No TV noise, no radio, no hum of appliances. Even the refrigerator didn't make a sound. I became very aware of my own breathing. He showed me the room upstairs, small but clean. A bed, a dresser, a desk, a single window facing the side yard. The lock on the door worked, which made me feel better. The price was lower than anything else I'd seen. "Any rules?" I asked. He hesitated. "Yes," he said. "Please don't leave your room between midnight and 4 a.m. And if you hear anything unusual, ignore it." I smiled, thinking he was trying to scare me. He didn't smile back. I moved in that night. The first few days were normal enough. I worked, came home, slept during the day. The house stayed quiet. Too quiet. I never heard the owner move around. I never heard him cook, shower, or watch TV. Sometimes I wondered if he left at all. On the fourth night, I came home early. My shift ended sooner than usual, and I arrived around 11:30 p.m. The house was dark. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as I closed it behind me, I felt it. That feeling you get when you realize you're not alone. I stood still, listening. From upstairs came a faint sound. Slow footsteps, bare feet, moving carefully like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I assumed it was the owner and started up the stairs. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. Then they turned around. They came toward the stairs. I froze. A shape appeared at the top step, tall, thin, just a shadow against the darker hallway behind it. "Hello?" I said. The shape didn't move. Then slowly it stepped back out of sight. I waited a full minute before going up the rest of the way. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. I didn't sleep much that night. After that, things started to change. I began hearing sounds during the day. light tapping from inside the walls, soft dragging noises above the ceiling. Once, I heard what sounded like someone quietly crying from the room next to mine, even though I knew for a fact no one lived there. I asked the owner about it. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "The house settles." I asked him if anyone else stayed there before me. "Yes," he said. "Where are they now?" "Not here," he replied. That was the end of the conversation. The first really bad night happened a week later. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling, whispering right outside my door. I lay completely still, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the door. The whisper came again, slower this time, like whoever was saying it was tasting. The sound, my name, then a soft knock, one knock, then another. I held my breath. The handle turned slightly, stopped, then turned back. Footsteps moved away down the hall. In the morning, I found scratches on the outside of my door, long, thin marks, like fingernails dragged down the wood. I didn't tell the owner. Sleep became difficult. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the house, hallways that stretched to toggle, doors that opened into rooms that didn't exist, people standing in corners facing the walls, whispering to themselves. One night, I woke up standing in the hallway. I don't remember getting out of bed. I was barefoot, facing the stairs, my body stiff like it didn't belong to me. From downstairs came a low sound like slow breathing, but deeper than a person's. I went back to my room and locked the door. The next morning, the lock was open. I started counting the footsteps. There were always more than one set, sometimes two, sometimes three. Once, I counted at least 6, moving in different directions, stopping and starting like they were confused or arguing silently. They never went downstairs between midnight and 4. They only stayed on my floor. One night, I heard them go into the empty room at the end of the hall. I heard the door open. I heard something heavy dragged across the floor. Then I heard crying. It sounded close, familiar. It sounded like me. I decided to leave. I packed my bags at noon and planned to go straight to a motel after my shift. I just needed one more night. That night, the house felt different, heavier. The air was warm and smelled faintly metallic, like blood. At exactly midnight, the footsteps started all at once, running, doors opening and closing, whispering turning into low, urgent murmurs. My doorknob shook violently. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame crack. I screamed for the owner. The noise stopped instantly. The hallway went silent. I opened the door. At the end of the hall, the owner stood at the top of the stairs. "They know you're leaving," he said calmly. I asked him what they were. He sighed, like someone tired of explaining the same thing over and over. "This house attracts people who don't want to be alone," he said. "Sometimes they stay longer than their bodies do." I asked him why he rented rooms here. He looked at me with something close to pity. "Someone has to feed the house," he said. The lights went out. Hands grabbed me from behind, cold hands. Too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away, my bags in the back seat. My phone said it was 4:07 a.m. I never went back. I still hear footsteps at night. Not every night, just when I'm alone. They stop outside my bedroom door and wait. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear the owner's voice in my head, calm and steady. "You were a good fit." and I know the house is still hungry. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a used GPS for my road trip. It keeps trying to lead me to a town that doesn't exist on any map. I drive for a living, not Uber, not Lyft. I'm a courier. I transport sensitive documents, medical samples, sometimes high-value prototypes between labs. It pays well because it requires discretion and speed. I drive a nondescript van with a reinforced chassis and a secure lockbox welded to the floor. My reliable Garmin died somewhere outside of Omaha. The screen just scrambled and went black. I was on a tight deadline, a box of tissue samples going to a research facility in Nevada, and I didn't have time to wait for shipping on a new unit. I stopped at a pawn shop in a dusty town off I-80. The place smelled of stale cigarettes and desperation. "Need a GPS," I told the guy behind the counter, a man with grease under his fingernails and a wandering eye. He rummaged in a box under the counter and pulled out a unit I didn't recognize. It was heavy, encased in black rubber with no brand logo. The screen was scratched, but it powered on. $50, he grunted. "Does it have updated maps?" "It gets you where you're going," he said with a grin that showed too much gum. I bought it. I plugged it into the van's dash. It booted up instantly. The interface was weird, minimalist, black background, green lines, no points of interest, no gas stations, just the road. I punched in the coordinates for the facility in Nevada, calculating route. It spun for a second, then displayed a route. Destination, Elysian Fields, NV via RT Siskiyou 6, Old Hawaii. "Elysian Fields?" I muttered. The facility was in Reno. I tried to re-enter the address. Override. The GPS voice was male. It sounded synthesized but old, like the computer voice from war games. Optimal route selected. Avoid interstate. Interstate compromised. Compromised? I looked at the highway. Traffic was flowing fine, but I was tired, and the old Hawaii route looked shorter on the screen. It cut diagonally across a massive stretch of desert that my phone map showed as empty BLM land. I figured, why not? I'm getting paid for speed. I took the exit. The first hour was fine. The road was paved, though cracked. The sun was setting, painting the desert in deep reds and purples. Then the sun went down, and the road changed. The pavement ended abruptly, turning into hard-packed gravel. I slowed down. "GPS," I said. I talk to myself when I drive. "Recalculate. Is this a road?" "Continue straight. 40 miles to Elysian Fields." I checked my phone. No signal, of course. I kept driving. The headlights cut through the pitch black. At mile marker 20, I saw the first hitchhiker. He was standing on the side of the road. He was wearing a suit. A nice suit, like something from the 1950s. Fedora, trench coat. He had his thumb out. I didn't stop. Company policy. Plus, it was the middle of the desert. As I passed him, the GPS spoke. "Do not pick up the passengers." "No kidding," I said. I looked in the rearview mirror. The man wasn't there. 5 miles later, another hitchhiker. This one was a woman. She was wearing a wedding dress. It was tattered, brown with dust. She was holding a bouquet of dead sagebrush. Thumb out. I swerved to give her space. As I passed, she turned her head. Her headlights caught her face. It was wrong. Her features were slid to the side. Her mouth was on her cheek. Her eyes were vertical. I slammed on the gas. Passenger detected in rear cargo area. The GPS voice was calm. I froze. I stared at the unit. What? Weight sensor triggered. Do not turn around. My van has a partition between the cab and the cargo area. It has a small sliding window. The window was closed. I heard a sound from the back. Scritch, scritch, like fingernails on metal. It's just the samples shifting, I told myself. It's a bumpy road. Turn left in 500 feet. I looked ahead. There was no left turn, just scrub brush and rocks. There's no road, I yelled. Turn left now. I ignored it. I kept going straight. The GPS screen flashed red. Rerouting, rerouting. You missed the turn. The van's engine sputtered, the headlights flickered, then the engine died. I rolled to a stop in the silence of the desert. Great. Fantastic. I tried the key. Nothing. Dead battery. You have arrived. The GPS screen was glowing bright green in the dark cab. I looked out the window. I wasn't in the desert anymore. I was in a town. It had appeared out of nowhere. Or maybe I had rolled into it without noticing because the lights were off. But there were no street lights. The illumination came from the windows of the houses. The houses were suburban, 1950s-style ranch houses, perfectly manicured lawns, white picket fences. But everything was gray. The grass was gray. The paint was gray. The light coming from the windows was the color of television static. And standing on every lawn facing the street were people. They were mannequins, hundreds of them, dressed in 1950s clothes, freezing in mid-wave, mid-stride, mid-laugh. I locked the doors. GPS, I whispered, where am I? Population, 0. Occupancy, full. The sound from the back of the van got louder. Thump! Something hit the partition wall. I looked in the rearview mirror. Through the small glass window of the partition, I saw movement in the cargo hold. The lock box, the heavy steel box welded to the floor, was open. I had the only key on my ring. Something was climbing out of the box. It was small, red, wet. It looked like a skinned rabbit, but it had too many limbs. It crawled up the partition window. It pressed its wet, raw face against the glass. It didn't have eyes. It had the GPS symbol, the location pin, carved into its flesh. "Open the partition," the GPS voice said. "No!" They want to see the driver. Outside, the mannequin started to move. It wasn't fluid motion. It was stop motion. They clicked forward one frame. At a time. Click, closer, click, closer. They were swarming the van. I grabbed the tire iron from under my seat. The rabbit thing in the back began to scream. It sounded like a dial-up modem connecting. The mannequins reached the van. They didn't hit the glass. They just pressed their plastic faces against it. And then they started to melt. They dissolved into gray sludge that coated the windows, blocking out the static light. I was in total darkness. "Turn right." "There is no right," I screamed. "Turn right, into the void." The partition glass behind me shattered. I didn't wait. I opened the driver's door and fell out into the gray sludge. It was cold. It burned my skin like dry ice. I scrambled to my feet. I couldn't see anything. I just ran. I ran through the gray streets of the fake town. I could hear the mannequins clicking behind me. I could hear the modem scream of the thing from the box. I saw a light ahead, a real light, yellow, warm. It was a gas station. An old Texaco. But standing under the pump was the hitchhiker in the suit. The first one I passed. He tipped his fedora. "You're late," he said. His voice was the GPS voice. "Help me." "You can't help those who go off route," he said. "Elysian Fields is a destination, not a location." He pointed to a phone booth on the corner. "Make your call, then join the census." I ran into the phone booth. I slammed the door. I picked up the receiver. There was a dial tone. I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? I'm in a town. It's not on the map. There are things here. Sir, calm down. What is your location? I don't know. The GPS brought me here. Sir, the operator's voice changed. It became the GPS voice. Turn around. I turned around. The phone booth was filled with the gray sludge. It was rising up to my knees, my waist, and floating in the sludge were faces, my face, dozens of copies of my face. Some were screaming, some were sleeping, some were rotting. I dropped the phone. I'm standing on the little shelf in the booth now. The sludge is at my neck. I have my phone. I'm typing this to the cloud. The GPS unit, I can see it through the sludge. It floated out of the van. The screen is flashing, recalculating. New destination found. Hell. The sludge is in my mouth. It tastes like copper and ozone. The hitchhiker is knocking on the glass. He's holding a map. He's unfolding it. It's a map of my body. He's pointing to my heart. You are here. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eating garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling, very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered, "not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." "I have fortitude," I lied. "I just need the paycheck." He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. "Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses." I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum. A deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. "Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness." "What are we storing here?" I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. "Is it government stuff? NSA?" Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed. Metaphorically, Miller said quickly. They leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold. My shift was 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room, monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek, black, modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones, I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp 98 F. It was spiking fast. "Miller," I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed the coolant kit and the keycard. "Fine, I'll do it myself." I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. Hello? Is someone there? The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please! I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. It's a glitch, I whispered. Some hacker put a joke in the code. I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. Did you go to Sector 4? He asked. Yeah, Rack 409B. Did you read the screen? Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch. Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data. What do you mean? I told you it was archival, Miller whispered. But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records. Then what is it? Miller pointed to the floor. It's consciousness, simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people, dying people, rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here. I laughed nervously. That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me. Is it? Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem. What problem? The hardware, Miller said. It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming. I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, the phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. Control. Help me. It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. Miller, where are you? You didn't show up. I'm in the stack. The voice glitched. I wanted to see. I plugged in. Miller, you're not making sense. Sector 4, the voice shrieked. Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug. The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before, or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me. I walked through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red. Blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold. But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. "It's beautiful in here," the text on the screen read. "And it is hell." "Miller?" I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. "We are hungry." The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. "Join us!" The screens flashed in unison. "The flesh is weak. The data is eternal." I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. "Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind." I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces, ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces, young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overriding me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it, unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The rules of the Blackwood house were simple, but I broke the most important one. I am writing this from a motel room 3 states away. I have changed my name, I have shaved my head, and I bought a car with cash that cannot be traced back to me. I don't know if they are looking for me. I don't know if it can leave the property. But I know that I can never be comfortable in the dark again. If you are reading this and you see an ad for a live-in house sitter in the rural part of Oregon with a payout that seems too good to be true, please, for the love of God, keep scrolling. I was 25, drowning in credit card debt, and fresh out of a bad breakup. I needed to get away, and I needed money. When I found the listing on a niche job board for high-end domestic staff, it felt like a lifeline. House sitter wanted. 30 days, remote location, $10,000 upon completion. Duties, basic maintenance, security presence, pet care, 10 grand for a month of sitting in a house. I applied immediately. The interview was strange. It wasn't at the house. It was at a diner in a town 40 miles away. The owner, Mr. Blackwood, was a man who looked like he was made of old leather and expensive cologne. He wore a suit that cost more than my life, but his fingernails were dirty, not like a mechanic's dirt. It looked like potting soil. He didn't ask me about my experience. He didn't ask for references. He just stared at me with watery gray eyes. "Are you good at following instructions, Mr. Reed?" he asked. His voice was gravelly and low. "Yes, sir," I said. "I'm very detail-oriented." "Good," he said. He slid a thick envelope across the table. "This is half the money up front. $5,000 cash. You get the other half when I return in 30 days. The keys are in there. The address is on the napkin." I opened the envelope. It was full of $100 bills. My heart started racing. "There are rules," Blackwood said. He leaned in closer. "The house is old. It has quirks. If you cannot follow the rules, you leave. But if you leave early, you owe me the 5,000 back. Understood?" "Understood," I said. "What are the rules?" "They are written on the fridge," he said. He stood up. "One last thing. Do not go into the basement. You feed the dog through the chute in the pantry door. You do not open the basement door for any reason. If you hear noises, ignore them. It's an old house. It settles." He left before I could ask what kind of dog lives in a basement. I drove up there the same day. The house was massive. It sat on a ridge overlooking a valley of dense black pine trees. It was a Victorian style, 3 stories high, painted a dark charcoal gray. It looked like a bruise against the sky. The nearest town was an hour away. The nearest neighbor was, well, I never saw a neighbor. I unlocked the front door and stepped in. The air inside was cold, stagnant. It smelled like cedar and something else, something sweet and metallic, like old copper pennies. The furniture was covered in white sheets. It looked like a mausoleum. I went to the kitchen. It was modern, sleek, and stainless steel, a stark contrast to the rest of the house. On the massive double-door fridge, a piece of paper was taped with black electrical tape. The rules: lock all external doors by sunset. Do not unlock them until sunrise. Close all curtains on the ground floor by 8 p.m. Feed the dog at 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. 5 pounds of raw meat per feeding. Freezer in the garage. Do not look out the backyard windows after dark. Do not enter the basement. Do not speak to the dog. It was weird, extremely weird, but I touched the bulge of cash in my pocket. $10,000. I could pay off my car. I could start over. I told myself it was just an eccentric rich guy with a mean guard dog. The first 3 days were fine, uneventful. I spent my time exploring the upper floors, watching movies on my laptop, and cooking. The house made noises. Sure, the pipes groaned, the floorboards creaked. The wind howled through the valley, making the windows rattle. But that was normal. The dog was the only thing that gave me pause. In the garage, there was a massive chest freezer. It was filled to the brim with plastic-wrapped packages of meat. It wasn't labeled dog food. It just looked like hamburger meat, but darker red. Every morning and evening, I took 5 pounds of the meat, walked to the pantry, and opened the small metal chute on the door. It was like a library book drop. I shoved the meat through. It slid down a metal ramp into the dark below. I expected barking, growling, the sound of claws on concrete, but I never heard a dog. I heard wet sounds, slurping, the sound of meat hitting the floor, and then a soft rhythmic smack, smack, smack as something ate it. It sounded careful, deliberate. On the 4th night, the atmosphere changed. I was sitting in the living room. It was 9 p.m. I had closed the curtains like the rules said. I was reading a book, trying to ignore the silence. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It came from the pantry door. I froze. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Hey, buddy," I called out, my voice sounding thin in the big room. "You still hungry down there?" The scratching stopped. Then a voice came through the door. It was muffled, low, and raspy. "Water," it whispered. I dropped my book. It hit the floor with a loud thud. I stood up, backing away. "Who's there?" "Water," the voice said again. "Thirsty." It didn't sound like a parrot mimicking a human. It sounded like a man whose throat was filled with sand. I can't open the door," I stammered. "Mr. Blackwood said no." Silence. Then a low, guttural sound. Not a growl, a laugh, a dry, wheezing laugh. "Ha, ha, ha." I ran upstairs to the master bedroom and locked the door. I slept with a heavy brass lamp on the nightstand. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. It was the wind, I told myself. Or maybe the pipes. Old houses make vocal sounds. I'm just lonely. My brain is playing tricks on me. I went down to feed the dog. I shoved the meat through the chute. "Good morning," I whispered, feeling stupid. From the darkness of the chute, a sound came back. "Good morning. Reed." It knew my name. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet. I scrambled out of the kitchen and hyperventilated in the hallway. How did it know my name? I had never spoken my name in this house. Blackwood knew it. That was it. Was Blackwood in the basement? Was this some sick game? Was he keeping a prisoner down there? My conscience started to eat at me. If there was a person down there living in the dark, eating raw meat, I couldn't just ignore it, but the money and the fear, the primal fear that told me that is not a human voice. A week went by. The activity escalated. At night, I started hearing footsteps, heavy, wet footsteps. They weren't in the basement. They were outside. I obeyed Rule 4. Do not look out the backyard windows after dark, religiously. But sound travels. I could hear something circling the house. It sounded like someone walking in mud, even when the ground was dry. Slap, slap, slap. Sometimes it would brush against the siding, a long scraping sound like rough sandpaper dragging along the wood. I started drinking. I found Blackwood's liquor cabinet, and I drank whiskey to fall asleep. It was the only way to drown out the sounds. Then came the night of the storm. It was day 14. Halfway through, a massive storm front rolled in over the mountains. Thunder shook the foundation of the house. Lightning turned the night sky into strobe light flashes of violent white. At 10 p.m., the power went out. The house plunged into absolute suffocating darkness. I fumbled for my phone. The flashlight beam cut a weak cone through the black. I remembered there was an emergency generator in the garage. Or at least, I hoped there was. I walked to the kitchen to get the garage keys from the hook. As I passed the pantry door, I stopped. The chute was open. It was supposed to be spring-loaded. It was supposed to snap shut. But it was propped open. A smell wafted out. It was unbearable. It smelled like a butcher shop that had been left in the sun for a week. Rotting meat, iron, and excrement. I shined my light at the chute. A hand was sticking out. It wasn't a dog's paw. It wasn't a human hand. It was pale, almost translucent white. The fingers were impossibly long, at least 8 inches each. They had too many knuckles. They looked like the legs of a giant spider made of bone and wet skin. The fingers were gripping the edge of the chute, holding it open, and then an eye appeared in the opening. It was yellow, no pupil, just a sickly, glowing yellow orb the size of a tennis ball. It stared right at me. "Lights! Out!" The voice hissed from the chute. I screamed. I dropped the keys. I ran. Into the living room. I didn't know what to do. The front door, the car, I needed to get out. But then I remembered Rule 1, lock all external doors. I had done that. But to open them, I needed the keys. The keys I had just dropped in front of the pantry. I was trapped. I huddled behind the sofa in the living room. I gripped a fireplace poker in my shaking hands. I heard the pantry door handle rattle, click, clack. It was locked. Thank God it was locked. Then I heard a sound that made my blood turn to ice, the sound of metal snapping. The hinges. Something was pushing the door from the inside with enough force to shear the metal hinges. Crack! The door fell inward. Heavy, wet footsteps entered the kitchen. Slap, slap, slap. "Reed!" the voice called out. It wasn't whispering anymore. It was loud, and it changed. It shifted pitch. Suddenly it sounded like my mother. "Reed, honey, where are you? It's dark." It was a perfect recording of my mother's voice. But my mother had been dead for 5 years. "Reed, I'm cold. Come give me a hug?" I bit my lip so hard I tasted blood. Tears streamed down my face. "Do not speak to the dog," the rule said. The footsteps moved into the hallway. I peeked over the top of the sofa. A flash of lightning illuminated the hallway. I saw it. It was tall. It had to be 7 feet tall, but it was hunched over so its knuckles brushed the floor. It was naked. its skin that same translucent milky white. It was emaciated, ribs poking through the skin like jagged knives. But its belly was distended, swollen, and round. It didn't have a face, not really. It had a smooth, flat surface where a face should be, but in the center, a vertical slit opened and closed, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. It turned its head. It didn't have eyes on its face. The yellow eyes were on its shoulders. Two massive glowing orbs embedded in the muscle of its shoulders, scanning the room independently. It walked into the living room. "Come out," it said, using Mr. Blackwood's voice now. "You're fired, Reed. Come out." It sniffed the air. I realized with horror that I had wet myself. The smell of ammonia was sharp in the air. The creature's head snapped toward the sofa. The shoulder eyes focused on my hiding spot. It smiled. The vertical slit opened wide. It lunged. I didn't think. I reacted on pure adrenaline. I vaulted over the back of the sofa and sprinted for the stairs. The creature was fast, unnaturally fast. It moved like a cockroach, skittering on all fours. I felt a rush of air as a claw swiped at my ankle. I kicked back, connecting with something wet and hard. I scrambled up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. I heard it crashing into the banister below. I ran into the master bedroom. I slammed the door. I locked it. I dragged the heavy dresser in front of the door. I backed away to the window. Boom! The door shook. Boom! Wood splintered. "Open the door, Reed," it whispered. It was, using my own voice now, "I just want to play." I looked at the window. It was a 20-foot drop to the backyard. I didn't care. I grabbed the bedside lamp and smashed the window. The glass shattered outward. The wind and rain roared into the room. Behind me, the bedroom door gave way. The dresser was pushed aside like it was made of cardboard. I climbed onto the sill. I looked back. The creature was standing in the doorway. It rose to its full height. It was almost touching the ceiling. Its shoulder eyes glowed in the darkness. It raised a long, pale finger and pointed at me. "You broke the rules." I jumped. I hit the wet grass hard. I felt something snap in my leg, a sharp, white-hot bolt of agony. I screamed, rolling in the mud. I couldn't walk. I had to crawl. I crawled through the mud, dragging my broken leg. The rain was blinding. I heard the creature leap from the window above. It landed with a heavy, wet thud 10 feet behind me. I crawled toward the driveway, my car. I kept a spare key in a magnetic box under the wheel well. It was an old habit, a habit that was about to save my life. "Reed!" it hissed. It was right behind me. I could smell the rot. I could hear its wet breathing. I reached the car. My fingers fumbled for the magnetic box. I found it. I ripped the key out. A cold, wet hand wrapped around my good ankle. I screamed and kicked with my broken leg. The pain was blinding, enough to make me vomit. But a heel of my boot connected with something soft. The creature screeched, a sound like metal tearing. It let go. I pulled myself into the driver's seat. I jammed the key into ignition. "Please start. Please start." The engine roared to life. The creature slammed against the driver's side window. Its face, that smooth, faceless horror, pressed against the glass. The vertical mouth opened and it shrieked. I threw the car into reverse. I floored it. The car shot backward. The creature was thrown off. I spun, the wheel shifting into drive, and tore down the driveway. I didn't look back. I drove on the rim of a flat tire for 10 miles. I drove until the engine started smoking. I drove until I saw the lights of a 24-hour gas station. I crashed the car into a bollard in front of the station. The attendant, a teenager with acne, ran out. "Dude, are you okay?" I fell out of the car, bleeding, covered in mud, my leg twisted at a wrong angle. "Call the police," I sobbed. "Call them now." The police went to the house. I told them everything from my hospital bed. They looked at me like I was on drugs. They tested my blood. I was clean except for the alcohol. They told me what they found. The house was empty. The front door was locked. The bedroom door was broken, yes, but they said it looked like I had smashed it with the dresser in a fit of psychosis. They checked the basement. "There's no dog," the officer told me. "Just an empty room, dirt floor, and a pile of old bones. Animal. Bones. Deer, mostly." "And Mr. Blackwood?" I asked. "We looked into the owner," the officer said, flipping through his notebook. "The house is owned by a trust. The last living member of the Blackwood family died 40 years ago. There is no Mr. Blackwood." I froze, but I met him. I have his money, $5,000 cash. I told them to check my backpack, which they had recovered from the car. They opened it. The envelope was there, but it wasn't full of money. It was full of old dry leaves, and among the leaves there were fingernails, dozens of them. Dirty, soil-covered fingernails. I screamed until they sedated me. They released me a week later. They ruled it a mental breakdown brought on by isolation and alcohol. But I know the truth. I know because of what I found in my pocket when I put on my jeans to leave the hospital. It was a piece of paper, small, crumpled, and damp. It wasn't there when I jumped out the window. I unfolded it with trembling hands. It was a note, written in a shaky, jagged scrawl, as if written by a hand that had too many joints. "You owe me $5,000. I will come to collect." I ran. I'm still running. But last night, in this cheap motel room, I woke up at 3 a.m. The room was silent, but from the bathroom I heard a sound. Slap, slap, slap. And then the sound of the toilet flushing, followed by a voice. My voice. Water. I am typing this fast. I'm leaving now. If you ever see a job listing for the Blackwood house, burn it. Just burn it. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The night shift. I am writing this down because I need someone to believe me, even if I never go back to that place again. I was broke. That is the only reason anyone takes the graveyard shift at a place like Ironclad Self-Storage. I was 23, living in a basement apartment that smelled like mold, and I had exactly $12 in my bank account. When I saw the ad online, night watchman, immediate start, cash pay, I didn't ask questions. I didn't ask why the last guy quit. I didn't ask why the pay was so high for sitting in a chair. The facility was located at the edge of town, where the paved roads turned into gravel and the streetlights stopped working. It was huge. Imagine a city made of metal. There were hundreds of shipping containers arranged in long, straight rows. Some were new and blue, others were old, rusted, and brown. They were stacked too high, creating narrow alleys that felt like tunnels. My station was a small white shack at the main gate. It was basically a tin can with a window. Inside, there was a desk, a rolling chair with a broken wheel, a coffee maker that burned everything, and a bank of 6 security monitors. "It's easy," the manager, Mr. Garrick, told me on my first night. He was a sweaty man who wouldn't look me in the eye. "Do your rounds every 2 hours?" Shine your light down the rows. Check the locks. If you see kids, call the cops. If you see anything else, just stay in the booth and lock the door." "What do you mean, anything else?" I asked. He didn't answer. He just handed me a heavy ring of keys and walked to his truck. "Don't fall asleep, kid," he said, and then he was gone. The first week was boring. It was so quiet out there. The only sound was the wind humming through the gaps between the containers. It made a low, mournful, whistling sound, like someone blowing over the top of a glass bottle. But on the second Tuesday, the weirdness began. I was doing my 2 a.m. round. I was walking down row C. The gravel crunched loudly under my heavy boots. I was shining my flashlight on the padlocks, checking to make sure they were secure. Then I heard a radio. It was faint. It sounded like static mixed with a voice. It was coming from inside a container halfway down the row, Unit C-14. I stopped. I put my ear against the cold corrugated metal. "Help! Please! Cold!" It was a woman's voice. She sounded terrified. "Hello?" I yelled, banging on the door with my fist. "Is someone in there?" The voice stopped immediately. I grabbed my radio to call the police, but then I looked at the lock on the door. It was rusted solid. A thick layer of orange rust covered the latch. There were spider webs connecting the lock to the door handle, thick, dusty webs that had not been broken in years. Nobody had opened that door in a long time. "Hello?" I called again. Silence. I told myself it was just interference. Maybe a truck driver on the highway nearby using a CB radio, and the metal container picked up the signal. I walked back to the booth, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The next night, the weather turned bad. A heavy storm rolled in from the coast. The rain didn't just fall, it hammered down. It sounded like thousands of rocks hitting the metal roofs of the containers. The noise was deafening. I was sitting in the booth, watching the monitors. The rain made the cameras blurry. The black and white screens were just gray static and dark shapes. Then the phone in the booth rang. I jumped. I stared at it. It was an old landline phone. Nobody called the booth. I picked it up. "Ironclad storage. This is Evans." "Open the gate," a voice said. It was my voice. I almost dropped the phone. It wasn't just similar. It was my voice. It was the same pitch, the same accent. It sounded exactly like I had sounded when I answered the phone a second ago. "Who is this?" I asked, my hand shaking. "Who is this?" the voice on the phone repeated. But it didn't say it like a question. It said it like a recording. "Stop it," I said. "This isn't funny." "Stop it," the voice said. Then it laughed. A dry, glitchy laugh. "Open the gate, Evans. I want to come in." I slammed the phone down. I looked at the gate monitor. The front gate was closed. The road outside was empty. There was no car, no person, just the pouring rain. Then I saw movement on Monitor 3. Monitor 3 showed the back of the lot, the dead zone, we called it. It was where the oldest containers were kept. In the grainy footage, I saw a figure. It was tall, too tall. It looked like a person stretched out on a rack. Its arms hung down past its knees. It was standing in the middle of the aisle, facing away from the camera. It was perfectly still, letting the rain hit it. I grabbed my heavy flashlight and my baton. I didn't want to go out there, but that was my job. And if it was a prankster, I was going to kick them out. I stepped out of the booth. The wind hit me, instantly soaking my uniform. I ran toward the back of the lot. I counted the rows. A, B, C. I turned the corner into the dead zone. "Hey!" I shouted over the roar of the rain. "Get out of here! The police are on their way!" I pointed my flashlight beam down the aisle. It was empty. I walked forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I swept the light left and right. Nothing but wet metal and puddles. Then I heard a sound from above. Clang! It was the sound of a heavy weight landing on a hollow metal roof. It came from the top of the container right next to me. Clang! Clang! Footsteps, heavy metallic footsteps running across the tops of the containers. I looked up. I flashed my light upward. For a second, the beam caught something. It was pale, white, like a maggot. It was crouching on the edge of the container roof, looking down at me. It didn't have a face. It just had a smooth surface where a face should be, but in the center there was a slit. A mouth. It opened that mouth and a sound came out. "Check the locks," it whispered. It was Mr. Garrick's voice. Perfect imitation. I didn't think. I ran. I slipped in the mud, scrambled up, and kept running. Behind me, I heard it jumping. Boom! It landed on the next container. Boom! It was getting closer. It wasn't running on the ground. It was hunting from above, leaping across the narrow alleyway like a spider. "Don't fall asleep, kid," the thing screamed from the darkness above. It was laughing now. "Don't fall asleep." I saw the light of the guard booth ahead. It looked like heaven. I sprinted the last 50 yards. I could hear the thing landing on the ground behind me now. Splash, splash. It was on my level. I threw myself at the door of the booth, ripped it open, and dove inside. I slammed it shut and locked the deadbolt. I backed away, grabbing the heavy desk and shoving it against the door. Thud! Something hit the door hard. The whole shack shook. "Open the gate," my own voice whispered from the other side of the thin door. "It's cold out here." I crawled into the corner under the desk. I covered my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut. It didn't stop. For hours it circled the booth. Sometimes it tapped on the glass window with a fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. Sometimes it banged on the roof. Sometimes it mimicked voices. My mom, my dad, Mr. Garrick. It recited conversations I had days ago. "I need this job," it whispered in my voice. "I have $12. I stayed under that desk until the sun came up. When the gray light of dawn finally filled the booth, the noises stopped. I waited another hour before I moved. I slowly pulled the desk away. I unlocked the door. The rain had stopped. The air was cold and fresh. I walked outside. The wet gravel was marked with mud. There were footprints all around the booth, but they weren't shoe prints. They looked like handprints, but with fingers that were too long and too many joints. They circled the booth over and over again. I didn't do a final round. I didn't write a report. I got in my rusted sedan and I drove away. I drove straight to Mr. Garrick's house. I knew where he lived because I had dropped off paperwork there once. I pounded on his door until he answered. He was in his bathrobe, holding a coffee. He looked at my pale face, my muddy uniform, and he knew. "I quit," I said, "and I want my pay." He didn't argue. He went inside, got his wallet, and handed me $300 cash. "Did you see it?" he asked quietly. "I saw something," I said. "What is it?" "I don't know," Garrick said. He looked tired. "It's been there since the place was built. It likes the containers. It likes the echoes. We tried to get rid of it. We brought in dogs once. The dogs, They didn't come back out of the maze. "You sent me in there knowing that?" I yelled. "I needed a guard." He shrugged. "Insurance requires it. If no one watches the monitors, we lose our license." Left him there. I took the money, and I drove 2 towns over. I rented a motel room for a week. That was 3 years ago. I have a new job now. I work in a library. It is bright, and there are always people around, and there are no metal boxes. But I am writing this because last night I was walking home. It was raining. I walked past a construction site. There was a large blue shipping container on the sidewalk used for storing tools. As I walked past it, I heard a sound from inside. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped. I couldn't help it. I looked at the metal wall. "Check the locks," a voice whispered from inside the locked box. It was my voice. I ran the rest of the way home. I locked every door. I closed every curtain. I know now that I didn't just leave that job. I took something with me, or rather, something decided that I was more interesting than the empty rows of the storage yard. It knows where I live, and every time it rains, I'm afraid to look out my window because I know that one day I will see those long white fingers tapping on the glass asking to come in. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My upstairs neighbor keeps dropping something heavy every night at exactly 2:47 a.m. I'm writing this at 3:15 a.m. because I just can't deal with this anymore. I need advice or validation or just to know I'm not losing my mind. I moved into my apartment in downtown Chicago 6 weeks ago. It's a vintage building from the 1920s, converted into studios and 1-bedrooms. The rent is decent for the location, hardwood floors, big windows, exactly what I was looking for. I'm on the 4th floor, Unit 4B. The problem started my very first night. I was lying in bed around 2:30 a.m., almost asleep, when I heard the loudest thud I've ever heard in my life. It came from directly above me, from apartment 5B. It sounded like someone had dropped a bowling ball or a sack of concrete. The whole ceiling shook. Picture frames rattled on my walls. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, waiting to hear footsteps or voices or something that would explain what just fell. Nothing. Total silence. I checked my phone. 2:47 a.m. exactly. I figured maybe someone dropped something while moving furniture or unpacking. Annoying, but it was a one-time thing. I went back to sleep. The next night, same thing. 2:47 a.m. Thud. Same volume, same intensity. My whole apartment vibrated. This time, I got out of bed and walked around. I was trying to figure out exactly where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be right above my bedroom, which would put it in the middle of the apartment above me. I stood there for 10 minutes, listening. No other sounds. No footsteps, no voices, no TV. Nothing. The next morning, I went upstairs to talk to my neighbor. I knocked on the door of 5B. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Still nothing. I tried the building manager. Her name is Carol, and she's probably 70 years old, been managing this building for 30 years. I asked her about the tenant in 5B. "Oh, 5B is vacant," she said. "Has been for about 3 months. We're renovating it before we put it back on the market." "Are you sure? I keep hearing loud noises from up there at night." She frowned. "That's impossible. The apartment is locked. No one has access except me and the contractors, and they only come during the day." "Could you check? Maybe there's a leak or the pipes are making noise or something." She agreed to take a look. We went up together, and she unlocked the door. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. The floors were covered in dust. You could see our footprints in it, and there were no other footprints anywhere. No one had been in this apartment recently. Carol checked every room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, closets, all empty. She checked the pipes, the radiator, the windows. Everything looked fine. "I don't know what to tell you," she said. "There's nothing here that could make a loud noise. Maybe it's coming from a different apartment, and the sound is traveling funny through the building. Old buildings do that." That made sense, I guess. Sound can be weird in old buildings. I thanked her and went back to my apartment. That night, 2:47 a.m. Thud. I grabbed my phone and opened the recording app. I wanted to document this. The next night, same thing. I recorded it. When I played it back, you could clearly hear the thud. It was loud, deep, and it was definitely coming from above. I started keeping a log. Every single night, without fail, at exactly 2:47 a.m., the thud happened. Not 2:46, not 2:48, exactly 2:47. After a week of this, I was exhausted. I wasn't sleeping well. I'd lie awake from about 2:30 onwards, tensed up, waiting for it. Even when I tried to fall asleep earlier, I'd wake up right before it happened, like my body was anticipating it. I posted about it on Reddit, on a subreddit for apartment living. Most people said it was probably pipes, or the building settling, or maybe an animal in the walls. A few people suggested it might be a prank. Someone with access to the empty apartment messing with me. That got me thinking. I asked Carol if I could have a key to 5B just for a week so I could investigate. She was hesitant, but eventually agreed, as long as I promised not to disturb anything since they were planning to renovate. That night, at 2:45 a.m., I went upstairs with my phone and a flashlight. I unlocked the door to 5B and went inside. The apartment had the same layout as mine. Bedroom on the right, bathroom straight ahead, kitchen and living area to the left. I went to the spot directly above where I sleep, which would be the middle of the bedroom. I stood there watching the clock on my phone. 2:46, my heart was pounding. 2:47, nothing happened. I waited, still nothing. No thud, no sound at all, just silence. I walked through the entire apartment, checking every room. Nothing, no sound anywhere. Then I went back downstairs to my apartment. I lay down on my bed and checked my phone. 2:52 a.m. Had I somehow missed it? Was the sound not happening anymore? I was about to turn off my light when I heard it. Thud, right above me. I checked the time, 2:53 a.m., but I had just been up there. The apartment was silent at 2:47, so why did the thud happen at 2:53, 6 minutes later? Unless it didn't happen at the same time for everyone. The next night, I tried an experiment. I set up my phone to record in my bedroom, then went upstairs to 5B at 2:45. I recorded on my laptop up there too. At 2:47, nothing happened in 5B. I stayed until 2:55, then went back downstairs. I checked my phone recording. At 2:47, you could hear the thud, clear as day. But on the laptop recording from 5B, there was nothing. Complete silence. The sound was only happening in my apartment, or at least only I could hear it. That should have made me feel crazy, but actually it made me more convinced something was really wrong. Because my phone recordings proved the sound was real. It wasn't in my head. It was actually happening. I started researching the building's history. It was built in 1924, originally a hotel. In 1952, it was converted to apartments. I found old newspaper articles, building permits, historical society records. Then I found something interesting. An article from 1976, Tragedy at Riverside Apartments. A woman named Dorothy Kelvin had lived in apartment 5B. She was 34 years old, worked as a nurse. One night, she'd fallen in her apartment and hit her head on a corner of her dresser. She died from the head injury. Her body wasn't found for 3 days. The article said she was estimated to have died around 3 a.m. based on the coroner's report. I kept digging. I found Dorothy's obituary. There was a photo. A woman with dark curly hair smiling at the camera. She looked kind. The obituary said she was survived by her mother and a sister. I tried to find more details about how she died, but there wasn't much. Just that she'd fallen, hit her head, and died alone in her apartment. I thought about it. If she fell around 3 a.m. and I was hearing a thud at 2:47 a.m., that was 13 minutes before. Maybe the clocks were off in 1976. Or maybe I had the time wrong. I went back through all my recordings. Every single one was at 2:47 a.m. exactly. Then I had another thought. What if it wasn't when she fell? What if it was something else? I started having dreams. Weird, vivid dreams. I'd be in my apartment, but it would look different. The walls were a different color. The furniture was old-fashioned. I'd hear footsteps above me, pacing back and forth. Then a door would open, and the footsteps would come downstairs. In the dream, I'd get out of bed and walk to my door. I'd open it and look out into the hallway. There'd be a woman standing there, dark curly hair, wearing a nurse's uniform. She'd look at me and put her finger to her lips. Shh. Then I'd wake up, always at exactly 2:47 a.m., right as the thud happened. After 2 weeks of this, I was barely functioning. I was calling in, sick to work, sleeping during the day, avoiding my apartment at night. My friends were worried about me. One suggested I see a doctor, maybe get sleeping pills. I decided to try one more thing. I went to the library and looked through the archives of old newspapers on microfiche. I was searching for anything else about Dorothy Kelvin or apartment 5B. I found something. An article from 3 weeks before Dorothy died. It was small, just a few paragraphs buried in the crime section. Police are investigating a suspicious person reported in the Riverside Apartments building. Multiple residents have reported seeing a man in the hallways late at night who does not live in the building. The man is described as tall, wearing dark clothing. Anyone with information is asked to contact police. 3 weeks later, Dorothy was dead. The police ruled it an accident. But what if it wasn't? I started thinking about the timing. 2:47 a.m., what if that wasn't when she fell? What if that was when someone broke into her apartment? I imagined a scenario. Dorothy asleep in 5B. A sound wakes her at 2:47 a.m. Heavy footsteps. Someone coming into her apartment. She gets up startled. There's a confrontation. She runs, he chases, she falls or she's pushed and hits her head. The thud I was hearing wasn't her falling. It was the moment of the break-in. The moment everything went wrong. But why was I hearing it? Why was it repeating every night? I called Carol again and asked if I could see any records from 1976. Anything about Dorothy Kelvin's death or the investigation afterward. She said she didn't have anything that old, but she gave me the number of the building's owner, a property management company. I called them. The woman who answered said she'd have to check their archives. A week later, she called me back. They did have some files from 1976. She could send me copies. When the copies arrived, I went through everything: maintenance records, tenant complaints, police reports. Most of it was routine stuff. But there was one police report from April 1976, a month after Dorothy died. A tenant in 4B, my apartment, had reported that someone had tried to break into their apartment in the middle of the night. They heard someone trying to doorknob, then footsteps running away. Police investigated, but found no signs of forced entry and no suspects. The tenant moved out 2 weeks later. I felt cold. Someone had tried to break into 4B. The same night Dorothy died, or around the same time, someone had been targeting apartments on the 4th floor. I looked at the tenant's name on the police report: Sarah Chin. I tried to find Sarah Chin. It took me days of searching, but I finally found an obituary. Sarah Chin had died in 1982, at age 56. The obituary mentioned she was survived by a daughter, Lisa Chin, living in Evanston. I found Lisa on Facebook. I sent her a message explaining who I was and why I was contacting her. I asked if her mother had ever talked about living at Riverside Apartments. She responded the next day. Yes, her mother had lived there briefly in the 1970s. She'd moved out suddenly and never wanted to talk about why. But Lisa remembered her mother having nightmares for years afterward. She'd wake up screaming about a man in the hallway, a man trying to get into the apartment. I asked if her mother had ever mentioned the woman who died upstairs. Lisa said yes. Her mother felt guilty about it. She'd heard noises from upstairs the night Dorothy died, heavy footsteps, thumping sounds, but she thought it was just Dorothy moving furniture or something. She didn't call the police or check on her. If she had, maybe Dorothy would have survived. After Dorothy's death, Sarah started hearing the sounds every night, a thud at the same time. She thought it was her imagination, guilt manifesting as auditory hallucinations, but it drove her out of the apartment. I thanked Lisa and ended the conversation. I sat in my apartment, trying to process everything. Dorothy Kelvin died in 5B in 1976. Someone had broken in or tried to break in. Maybe he killed her. Maybe she fell while trying to escape. Either way, she died. Sarah Chin, living in 4B, heard it happen. She heard the moment the intruder broke in, the heavy thud of a door being forced, or a body hitting the floor, or something else. And she did nothing. After Dorothy died, Sarah started hearing the sound every night, the same thud at the same time, a reminder of what she'd heard and ignored. Now, almost 50 years later, I was living in 4B, and I was hearing it too. But why? I didn't even know Dorothy. I had nothing to do with what happened to her. Unless that's not how it works, unless the sound isn't about guilt. It's about the space. The apartment itself holds the memory of that night, and anyone who lives in 4B hears it over and over the moment when Dorothy's life ended. I decided to test a theory. I asked Carol if anyone else had lived in 4B between 1976 and now. She pulled up the records, 4 tenants between Sarah Chin and me. None of them stayed longer than 6 months. I asked if she knew why they left. She said she didn't have details, but she remembered the last tenant before me complained about noise from upstairs. They broke their lease early. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just Sarah. Everyone who lived in 4B heard it. I had to make a decision. I could break my lease and leave like everyone else. Or I could try to do something about it. I know this sounds crazy, but I felt like I owed it to Dorothy. She died alone, possibly murdered, and no one did anything. Sarah heard it happening and didn't help. The police ruled it an accident and moved on. For almost 50 years, she's been forgotten, except for this sound. This nightly reminder that something terrible happened and no one cared enough to find out the truth. I went back to the police records. Dorothy's case was closed decades ago, but I wanted to know if there was anything else. I filed a FOIA request for any investigation records related to her death. It took 3 weeks, but I got a response. They sent me copies of the original police report, the coroner's report, and the investigation notes. The police had investigated it as a possible homicide initially. Dorothy had defensive wounds on her hands. There were signs of a struggle, but there were no witnesses, no suspects, and no forensic evidence that could prove someone else had been there. Eventually, they ruled it an accidental death due to lack of evidence. But one detective's notes stood out. He'd written, "Victim's neighbor in 4B reported hearing disturbance around 2:45, 3 a.m., but did not investigate. Could not definitively establish if disturbance was related to victim's death. No other witnesses." Sarah had told the police she heard something, but she didn't check, and the police couldn't prove it mattered. There was also a note about a suspect. Person of interest, building maintenance worker, Thomas Alvin, 28. Multiple tenants reported Alvin had made inappropriate comments to female residents. Alvin quit job 3 days after victim's death, unable to locate for interview. Thomas Alvin, a maintenance worker who had access to all the apartments, who'd been creeping out female tenants, who disappeared right after Dorothy died. I searched for Thomas Alvin. I found a record of him in the Illinois criminal database. He'd been arrested in 1978, 2 years after Dorothy's death, for breaking and entering. He served 3 years in prison. After that, the record went cold. I searched for obituaries, death records, anything. I finally found a death certificate. Thomas Alvin died in 2003, age 55, in Indiana. Cause of death: liver failure. He was dead. If he had killed Dorothy, he'd never been punished for it. He'd lived another 27 years and died of natural causes. I don't know what I expected to happen after I found all this out. Some kind of closure, maybe. A feeling that I'd solved a mystery. But that night, at 2:47 a.m., the thud still happened. I got out of bed and stood in the middle of my room, right under where the sound came from. I spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous, but needing to do something. "Dorothy, I know what happened to you. I know someone hurt you. I'm sorry no one helped you. I'm sorry you were alone." The thud came right on time. But this time, after it, I heard something else. Footsteps, light ones, walking across the floor above me. Then they stopped. My door was locked, but I heard my doorknob turn. Slowly, like someone was testing it. I stood frozen, staring at the door. The knob turned all the way, then released. The footsteps moved away down the hallway outside my apartment. I ran to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but on the floor, right in front of my door, there was something. I unlocked the door and looked. It was a small piece of paper, yellowed with age. On it, in handwriting that looked old-fashioned, were 2 words, "Thank you." I picked it up. It felt real, solid. I brought it inside and examined it. The paper was thin, fragile, like it was decades old. The ink was faded, but legible. I kept the note. I didn't know what else to do with it. That night, for the first time in 6 weeks, the thud didn't happen at 2:47 a.m. I woke up at 2:50, confused by the silence. I checked my phone. It was definitely after 2:47. The sound hadn't happened. I stayed awake until 4 a.m., waiting, but nothing. The next night, same thing. No thud. Complete silence. It's been 3 days now. The sound hasn't come back. I'm sleeping through the night for the first time since I moved in. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Dorothy somehow heard me, if acknowledging what happened to her was enough to give her peace. I don't know if ghosts are real, or if this was all some weird psychological phenomenon related to the building structure and my subconscious knowledge of its history. All I know is that it stopped. Carol called me yesterday. She said something strange happened. The contractors who were supposed to renovate 5B went in to start work, and they found something behind a loose baseboard in the bedroom, a small box, hidden there for decades. Inside the box were personal items, a bracelet, some letters, a photo, all belonging to Dorothy Kelvin. The letters were from her mother, sent right before Dorothy died. One of them mentioned that Dorothy had been scared recently, that she'd told her mother she felt like someone was watching her. Carol asked if I wanted to see the items before she turned them over to the Historical Society. I said yes. The photo showed Dorothy smiling in her nurse's uniform. On the back, in the same handwriting from the note, it said, "First day at County Hospital, 1975. It was definitely her handwriting, which means the note I found was real. Somehow, impossibly, Dorothy had left me a thank you note. I gave everything to the Historical Society, along with all the research I'd done about her death. They're going to create a small exhibit about her life. It's not much, but at least she'll be remembered for more than just how she died. Last night, I had another dream. I was in my apartment, and I heard footsteps above me, but this time they were light, peaceful. I looked up at the ceiling, and I felt calm. When I woke up, I found another note on my bedside table. Same paper, same handwriting. I can rest now. I'm not scared anymore. I don't know if Dorothy's still here or if she's moved on. But I think she knows someone finally cared about what happened to her. Someone tried to find the truth. The building manager told me yesterday that they're going to put up a small plaque in the lobby mentioning Dorothy and other long-term residents who made the building their home. It's a small gesture, but it means something. I'm staying in the apartment. I signed a lease extension. 4B doesn't scare me anymore. If anything, it feels peaceful now, like a weight has been lifted. Sometimes at night, I think I hear light footsteps above me, but they're not heavy or menacing. They're just someone walking around their home. Finally, at peace. And I sleep through the night, every night, without any interruptions. Whatever happened, whatever was causing that sound, it's over now. Dorothy can rest, and so can I.